see what they are. Yeah, okay. I have to change this. I have to manually this category setting. Okay, we'll leave that for a moment. Let's see if it will work. Now.
Let's see you.
Pressed from that shot light.
Yeah! Be my eye, Sunan.
There's a mask. Falls on post. Yeah, gotta love helicopter. Oh, hi Jill. Hi Jill, how have you been? And hi Twitcher, how have you guys been? Ah, I slipped over. It should be working properly now. I still can't get over how stunning the scenery is here. I haven't really took time to kind of soak it in, but it's pretty good. So, what have you guys been up to? Good Croc. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, fine. I can barely hear because of my stupid ear infection. But it'll clear up in a few days. You know what it's like when you've got an ear infection. You can only hear the vibration of your own voice. Pretty hard. I was watching a movie today. I had it up to 100 on the volume. It was the old Willow with Warwick Davis and Val Kilmer. Classic. There we go. Nice. Now, we're going for the... Oh yeah, I see what we have to do. We do a little bit of a slide on this. I'd imagine, and we take that out of the way. One down there. Starting my... What's a stay Canton tonight? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the term. Oh! Ah, I see. Nice. Yeah, we don't use the term here. Nice. But you stay home. Oh, yeah, like like vacation, staycation. Oh, I get it. I get it. It's the first time I've heard the term. Hi, FGS. Hi, how are you? Very first time. Oh, still. At least you can relax at home. That's right, 5 days. Cool. And that's it. Pretty much got it. It's another one. There's two down here. That would really... And the third one. And that'll be all the... Well, there's 3 of them there. There's a lot. Yeah, we'll hit these guys. We'll get them out. Looking, yeah, 5 days. That'll be nice. You can get time to get some rest. No. Oh. There's a lot of stuff here, isn't there? I don't want to jump down in that place. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the hard way out. Come back, we can do that later. Let's have some fun. There. Right, 3 more. I was on early today, Joe. Got a lot of this out. Oh, good to hear. Yeah, a ton of it. But after playing this for a bit, yeah, it kind of grows on you. It's just some of the quests can be confusing. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's just a rune. So. There. Okay, there's 2 here. Just relaxing and relaxing. Nice. Oh, anytime you get some relaxing, you should take it. Oh. Alright. There's a few down here. These guys seemed preoccupied with something. That's some kind of quest. It's probably that stupid, yeah, I know exactly what it is. I'll take it now unless I forget it's that a daily quest. Kinda looks like that. That's what I'm doing. Enjoying the air conditioning. It's been pretty warm here all day. And it's pretty warm now also.
What do you see?
There's a few of these quite close together. Right. Let's check them out. This has got to be one of the flighting guys. Has to be. I know it's probably.
Ihmiset ilkee ervoa från Norrlands var här.
Well, this one is up here, so I'm gonna take this one if I can get up. That is. Oh, come on, Croc. There, that's one. It's one of the pages. I don't know what they're from. Saga pages, to be honest. I suppose they'll come up later in some kind of quest or something. That's kind of interesting. How are we doing this guy? Must be from the other side. Yeah, this way. Okay. Hang on for a moment here. See what's going on here. How am I getting this guy? Oh, I see it. It's gotta be that. Yeah, try not to burn, please. Oh, I hate this part. There. I think this is the way we do it. There. That's it. Got it, got it, got it. Nice. Right, let's get out of here. Now this guy grabs onto everything. Now. Yeah, a couple of things. Where are they? Oh, one's down here, hopefully. Not underground. Underground. Okay, there's something underground. There it is, that one there. I'll get that. Yeah, I'm beginning to learn these guys' tricks now with hiding this stuff. Phew, the heat. Unbelievable. We just pick up this titanium. Oh, we gotta get to little daily quests. I keep forgetting them. Ah, come on. Ah, come on. There must be an entrance. Oh, there it is. There, that'll do. Nice. Okay. Yeah, well, either do one of the arcs, or one of them kind of storylines. That dream one was funny. It was opening up a kind of new area. That might be interesting. It took me by surprise. It's like a kind of expansion. I thought it would take a long time when I discovered it, so I left it till we had time to really do it. Oh, it's one of those stupid tattoo thingies. I get those after if I don't get it straight away. I was on it earlier today as well. I took out 7 or 8 of them that I missed. They were really annoying. Well, there's only one way in. Oh, I see it. I see it. I'll have a quick try for that tattoo, and then if I don't get it straight away, I'll come back later. Let's mark this. There it is. Oh, it's a good bit down. This is probably the way that it goes. From the other side. Oh yeah, totally. So it goes on to that house there. We could actually take a shortcut, I'd say. If it catches what that is. So I'm thinking it would go straight up to that house. Let's see if we can pull a fast one on this. Providing we can even get up here, that is. Well, this is my guess. We can cut it off down here. We just wait for it. No. That's funny, I thought we would be coming this way. Oh well. Get it some other time. Nah, get it some other time. Too much hassle. No. Yeah, that's the one down there I wanted to get. That one. Oh, that mushroom thingy. Not sure about that one. That's probably a battle. Or else it's one of those stupid ones, let's say, with the arches. So, anyone do anything interesting today? Oh, I think I mentioned it already. It was only about an hour ago. Maybe a little more. I watched Willow again. It's been a while. A few years since I've seen it. Curse symbol, that's it. Yeah, guaranteed. Really made sure and put a lot of these here. Oh, this will be easy down the well.
Smells like a trap.
No. It's not down here. What is? Yeah. It's funny, I can't seem to get a bead on it with my bow. There. Got it.
By Odin, the Neething curse is lifted.
Oh, well, we're getting out of here. Let's go.
Easy now. Something is not right.
Yeah, we know that.
Go, my eyes.
There's nothing much else there. Like some kind of animals I see here. No. The guy's waiting to ambush me. There, that didn't work out too good from that. Now. Yeah, it's the titanium we just pulled out. That's another one well and truly off our map, and this is a quest. I wanted to get the other ones before, like this one here. I obviously tried this before. It was probably something that was too hard. Ooh, the heat here. Oh, that stupid cigarette. They're supposed to extinguish when you leave them in an ashtray, but they just take off like a Roman candle. The opposite effect of how it should be. Now, really with these, a wolf can't bite. Oh, we'll save it outside this, because we can't solve it. But we were here before.
Aid me. Be my eye.
Titanium over here as well. Right, let's see what it is.
That is not what I was expecting.
Oh, it's this stupid portal thing. Ugh. Okay. Let's see what this is about. Well, it doesn't really tell you what to do. I don't really know what it wants from us, but yeah, don't have a clue. And that's why we cancelled it last time. Now, what's this? No. That's not the one. Okay, let's try this one. There's a combination, I think. Oh, that's the way it was with the other ones. Let's try this one. No, it's not that one. That one we just tried, wasn't it? Okay, not that one. We're just in that one, not that one. Let's try this guy. Ah, that's right. Okay, water. Oh, the earth elements. Was it water? Fire. It is fire, isn't it? Wind. Earth. Is that the way it goes? That's water. This is fire. Get it now. If it lights up white, we'll know it's the right one. It is. Right, that's two lit up. Now is it? That's wind. Looks like it. So which one is? Hard to know. Okay, we'll try this one. If not, it's the other one. We'll be through quickly. No. Where's the other one? Okay. This one. This one. No, we tried the forest, didn't we? Oh, which one did we try? This one here. And then the other one, I think that would do. Yep. Just the other one, and then we've got it. This one. That's it. That should do it. Now, what do we do now? That's it.
Widely to become wise. For all things are too easy at home, and the ignorant who sit among wise men will be mocked.
I've heard that saying before somewhere. And that's similar to the one-eyed man and under the blind. Right, we got it. Other quests. We'll just hit this for a moment. It's nice and close, and then we'll find something interesting. That was fun. Excuse me. Silly soda. That's strange, that mushroom one. Artifacts. Where are we here in Mysteries Tree? Artifacts 1, 2, 5. Let me save this here just to be sure. I don't see any marker where we've just taken it out, so let me go right down here, number 4. I'll be a second checking this. Something off about that. Usually there's an X on the ground when you finish something. I want to make sure I totted up. I didn't really take much heed on the... Yeah, there's a mushroom there. So, mysteries to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left on artifacts. So yeah, I think we got it. It just doesn't show up the mushroom ones. So this tree should be tree. Yeah, I think we have it. I don't think there's any bugs like that in this game. Yeah, it is. But it doesn't kind of show up as been done. Now, let's see if we're on Twitch, guys. I forgot to check. Yeah, we're here. Yeah, that's it. Now, this one. Yeah, well, all this will have to be done anyway. You know, the welt and that to cover an area and get it 100% complete. Oh, cool. I haven't done one of these for a while.
I should not be seen in this area.
No, it's just too easy, wasn't it? That should give us our key. Yep. That predator ball is kind of coming around now.
Show me what lies ahead.
Just some iron. Well, that was quick and simple. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to take those, but that's the underground one. We'll get that later. Now, let's see if we can start to take out areas. Oh, this is pretty much covered nicely. Yeah, we did a lot of work on this one, didn't we? Oh, there's still a lot to do later. Kind of running out of them, aren't we? Oh, here's a guy. Yeah, we'll see. Will we try and fight this guy? I think we'll try and fight him. Oh, hi Perry. Hi, how are you? Can't stay. Just wanted to wish you all a wonderful evening. And it's so nice of you to stop by and say hi, Perry. I appreciate it. I hope you have, what is it? A good evening. And a great day tomorrow, Perry. And thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate it. Oh, how's your day been, Perry? Yeah, we'll see if we can kick this guy in the backside. This is a straight up fight with these guys. But he's got some decent weapons. We can kill him with our fish. With swordfish. Yeah. We'll save it down at this guy and see if we can kill him. A lot of grinding to get that weapon. Oh. Oh. It's been a quiet day. But we had, oh nice, I had some company over. Yeah, pretty quiet for me. Just the usual stuff, and I watched a movie as well today. An old classic called Willow. What's this about? Not much. Okay, let's go fight our guy. We'll see what he's made of. It's been very, very warm here today, but I think it will get warmer. It's just a start. I don't mind the warm days, it's the warm nights that's a killer. Yeah. I'm looking for a battle. Okay. And this will be one of the mysteries. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Right. Now, this one will be no pushover.
Hail, warrior. Are these wetlands your longhouse, your meat hall?
This is a Drenger's ritual chamber. I am Skeakhold, pledged to Ragnar Lothbrok in hugger and body, iron and soul. I seek one willing to take the ritual and engage me in combat to the death.
I understand. For an opponent, you could do worse than me.
Join me then in Drenga Seder. Ragnar taught it to me at Uppsala for 9 moons and I never stopped. I will only fight one who enters my frenzy.
What's a frenzy?
If we are not in the same state, I will have an unfair advantage.
What's
What
the
is
frenzy?
potion, then? Mead and rotten bread?
A sacred ale of high volatile spirits and Thor's fungus, the
Okay.
Amanita muscaria. Ragnar and I would quaff this great elixir before each new raid. I often saw him transcend the laws of battle. Drink of the brew that bubbles here in my pot. Then we will enter the frenzy.
This will be
together,
an usage in
and
that
only
say.
one of us will
A
leave.
disadvantage. Oh, hi Blonde.
So, for
Hi,
fair,
how are you? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting
and the
battle.
saggy breeches.
Where's this
Come to
brew
me,
she
Ragnar.
speaks of?
Find
There it
me
is.
in the frenzy.
Now let's see if it will save here. It will. We go down to number 3. Let me see if we can beat this one. I feel like I've been here before. Hi, Ariok. Hi, how are you? Now, we're going to drink this, but I think it's going to be a hindrance. But you won't fight unless I drink it.
May you walk the hills with heavy steps, Stringer.
That was easy. That was really easy. Okay,
You fought well.
that was
Our
really
journey was
easy.
fair. Now yours continues.
Now I transcend.
Although I am
Farewell.
a good few levels higher
It
than
is
her.
my turn to see the god
I
of
mentioned you
poetry.
earlier when I was threatening to throw punch at Amber. Okay, confirm kill. And there we go. Yep. And we have 4 points. Time to use these, I think. Lobby here made. I've got to fetch a wee nap. No problem. Hi, Rock. Yeah, I was napping a little bit today as well. I totally know what you mean. Thanks for stopping in and thanks for looking, Rock. Really appreciate it. You throw a punch them good. That's become a popular saying now. You know, throw a punch. Oh, what's this? Some arrows. We don't need it. Yep. We'll take our perks. I think we'll get out of here then.
Stretch your wings.
I'm a lot higher level than she was. Oh, here. I do need that. I keep missing those silly things. I really should be looking for them. If they don't respawn, so that we're taking out.
I need your eyes, my friend.
I think it might be in a cave. I was here a moment ago. There it is. It's not in a cave, it's just right there. Gotcha. That's another one. Yeah. No problem, Rock. Have a good one. I hope you get a good rest. Okay, let's get this in. We have 4, so let's make use of them. I try not to waste them. Hmm. Resistance. Green sickle. Oh, but I didn't see them earlier. There's always a good one. Assassination damage. And still. I think we'll just finish this off, won't we? Health is always a good one. And what have we got here? Still. Oh, predator bow. There. Right, let's get out of here. Oh, there's the one we were looking for. Right here. I wonder what this is. I think we might have done all the shrines. Yeah. Oh, Sherwood Forest. Why? What's this? It's a curse symbol. Okay, how are we getting around this? Oh, I see we can't get over the wall. Interesting. Ah, here we go. I think there's any the wiser, does it? It's gotta be a way. How are we to get in there? We might be coming back to this one. It's a little bit confusing. Although I got the feeling. No. We need to get up on that stair system, but I've got this for a reason, haven't I? Ah, there it is. Yeah. That was easy. What's that?
Damn troll magic.
There goes the black magic. Nice. Oh. Yeah, it's a titanium. We want that one. We want that one. Ta-da! That's it. We're off. That's another one well and truly squashed. And there's one eye. Almost missed. Alright, we'll take the boat over. And that one as well. And there's that cairn thing that we never finished. We might have a crack at it again. I grabbed some soda. We'll just do a few more. And then I'll check that quest in Dreams. It seemed to open up a big large area. We'll want to be starting it shortly because it looked quite big. Oh,
Eivor,
gotta get those as well.
think of it this. Have
Yeah.
fun out there.
I'll do
Make sure
those
you
straight
don't
away in a
break leg.
moment. Let me just
Or
get
an
this
arm.
one. I forgot to check on those. Yeah, time for a horse. it's right up there. Let's see what it is. Probably another one of those cards. Was putting things away. Let's see what this is, guys. Oh, it's one. Oh, that's strange. One of those Roman villas temples. It's probably one of those artifacts then. It might even be one of those animals, but I doubt it. It's one of the artifacts.
Asked about that, my friend.
Yeah, I think it's one of the artifacts. Abandoned library. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, getting in there is going to be fun, isn't it? And it's not, it's actually one of those old maps. All underground. So obviously there's gotta be a way. We just gotta find it. Well, there's nothing obvious. Let's see, did we miss anything? Of course we missed something. There's always something you miss. There it is. Sneaky. There it is. They hit it with the giants. Oh, we got it. I managed to get my stream out, though the crashes and power went out. Oh, back and so on, so I had to restart everything. Oh, sorry to hear about that. You've been having power problems as well, yeah? There, that's done. Yeah, I'd like to have a crack at that one, but it's so hard to travel around on that side. Where's the closest? Oh my god. Oh, hang on. We'll take out that quest. Then we take the other one. That's close to it, and then we can run up from there. Yeah, you remember that one I passed a moment ago? I said that looks like a quest for the cards. That was the one. But I didn't take it because I didn't want to mess this up. I don't know where we go. We took out the cards beforehand. Oh, we passed this one a little while back. least I think we did. Object kept disappearing. Oh, yeah, in the cave in, oh, where was it again? Mortal, wasn't it? Yeah. I looked twice. Yeah, they should be down at the back of the cave. In his little den. Where the Miss Vampires and Lilette, or whatever her name is, usually there. And it was there. This thing happened in my journal, it wasn't there. Really? He was, wasn't he? I just told him in a trunk in one of my Arthar homes. There's not really much you can do with him, you know. That's them.
The area soon.
Okay, let's just get in and kill these guys. Stupid animals. Okay, let's just fight these guys.
What? Not good. Shoot!
You will not defeat.
A great combustion rune. Oh, one of those might be handy. There. Now. Just get rid of these carts. Where are they? There they are. That was stupid. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that should be it. Simple. They're all gone. And they were there. Bad stuff just fades. Oh, really? In and out, right in front of me lately. That I've never seen. That's strange. There, I think we have it.
Shit! Have to repair that.
That's one of them. That's in dreams. That's the one we'll try and do next. Contracted air called. That will be our next hit. But here's one here. We'll have a look at this. Our way down. Never seen that before. But since the anniversary edition came out, I've seen some things I've never seen before. Clipping in the cave dungeons. would happen very rarely, but now, every second time you go in, it seems to be like that. Now, let's see what we've got down here. But every time that company adds something to that game, it makes it a little buggier, a little more unstable. If they keep it up without improving the engine or giving the game an overhaul, it's going to eventually be unplayable. Some would argue it's, in vanilla at least, it's, with the amount of bugs, it's probably unplayable. It's debatable. Oh, it's one of these cursed symbols. And a key as well for some reason. No apparent way in there. It's not that way. No. I think this is the way we go. Oh, I see. I think we'll hold a torch here for this. I see the key. It's not letting us climb that well, is it? Where'd it go? The key is way up there. Ah, we're climbing that way. There's the ladder we need. Didn't see that one. Very dark. Perfect. Bye-bye. Now, what's the key for? First cultists. Hideout chest key. Well, I don't think there's a chest here. God knows where that is. Well, let's see. No, I think we've done it.
What do you see?
I don't think there's any chest here. God knows where that is. Yeah, we're out of here. Now let's go on to our quest. That's the titanium we just picked up. And the rest is just all junk. Keep happening, you're going. We're coming to the... Oh, the Dark Brotherhood. Are you using any mods for the Dark Brotherhood? You know, sometimes... that... Well, I know everyone says mods, but sometimes, yeah, it actually does. 98, hopefully I'll be able to complete, yeah. I have that there, but we'll have to leave that for a moment. Where's my little... Oh, here's something here as well. Oh, where's that quest? There it is. let's just kill that guy. So much to do in this game. Right, let's kill this guy. And shortly now we'll start that In Dreams quest. It's rocky terrain, alright. But it doesn't crash every time. Yeah. Never really had those kind of problems. Never get the old crash.
Show me.
Okay, kill the target. Come on, enough. Oh! Oh my goodness. That's the target. Mad. And let's confirm the kill and that's it. We can be done with that. I was coming out of the dark, but a noble fell at my feet, dead. Oh, the guy that that walks around. Yeah, yeah. I know the guy you're on about. Now, I got a similar bug one time, but I got it from, strangely enough, well, there was only one mod I was running. You know the different body looks on the NPCs? That's the only mod I was running, and it's the only time I ever got that drop dead thing. Then, the longer I played it, then the NPCs were going a strange colour, like purple. It's hard to know. But it could have been, you know, they were killed earlier, and when they spawned up high and just dropped right in front of you. I don't know what that game. But I've heard people say, even playing in vanilla, you know, they've gotten similar bugs. It's just, I suppose, playing with mods will increase the chance, I suppose. Alright. Let's go get these. This is, you know, one of my favourite parts, cleaning up these areas. we getting out of here? That way. Oh, hopefully don't die. Don't die. There you go. Now, I don't think I could ever find where this stupid place is. I think it's underground or something. If it's anywhere, it's probably in the yards. House, it's called the Longhouse. I'll have to come back here one of the days and I'll find everything. I went to Markra, a dragon attacked, I killed it. Your quest disappeared. Of course, it was dead. The orc follower, and I couldn't give her the book. Oh, the blacksmith, yeah. The blacksmith in Markra. And you had to reload. That's what I'm saying, like a couple of simple changes in that game would have taken care of 60-70% of the bugs. Like, she's a quest giver, for God's sake. You know? I have them die. Like, I was literally talking to someone about a quest when a bear ran out and killed him outside of Riften. You know that aspiring mage quest? It's kind of random thing. Like, how silly is that? Oh, you gotta be kidding me with this key thing. Oh, I remember that. I'm guessing I read the letters in here. It's some kind of contest, so I left this one be. Where's that stupid? Here it is, here. Letter to cultist. You know what I mean? So there was no rush to find the key. Where's that guy I was looking for down here? The mask? That looks like a good place to go and find a mask. You see that one there? I'd say that's our spot. Right there. I don't think I noticed that before. I get the feeling I was in. Oh, 28. Ah, dead end. What a pity. Oh, it's not far from here. There's no way to get rid of those. No. See? It's not that. And I don't think there's any caves or anything. No, it's too shallow anyway. Probably a cellar in the longhouse. I didn't really have a really close look. But it's definitely hidden by one of these houses. See it? It's down there on the ground. There it is, right there. That's deep. It's pretty deep. Gotta be the longhouse inside, I'd say. I'll just have a quick look in the longhouse and then we'll move up. If I think we can get in, that is. Well, I'd imagine I would have seen. Yeah, I totally would have seen it if it was.
I hear Eivor needs men. And by Odin, I'll be ready to serve when the time comes.
No. We're not going to spend ages looking for that. Too silly. But I will eventually have to track it down. But I can wait. I have a modern few lives. Yeah, even with that. They die anyway. But there is a way, even in vanilla, even on Xbox, to make these NPCs essential. I've done it several times. And even that's not 100% guaranteed they'll live. There is still a glitch, no matter how you protect an NPC, where they'll just die on respawn. I think it's something got to do with them spawning too high in the air and dropping to their death. But I think in all my runs, I had only about half a dozen where, let's say, absolutely no NPCs died that shouldn't have out from the quest. And that was, took a lot to do that. I literally went around to every NPC in Skyrim, and I added a pretty strong enchantment to their clothing using the restoration potion glitch. Something like, what was it? 180,000 hit points. Basically making them immortal. You know, with their original default clothing, so even tried it out, let's say, when I dressed them up, and they were, yeah, immortal. And still Abeline, or whatever her name is, in Dawnstar. That lady that picks the eggs outside the inn, she's close to 2 spawn points. You know, where the Khajiit trade. She always seems to die. I found her dead, slumped in her chair. And I fixed her up long before she died, so I couldn't explain that one. Yep. The best example would be, where it happens the most, would be the mammoths around Whiterun. You can literally see them drop. You'll see it in Fallout 4 as well, with some of the cars and stuff. A good example would be County Crossing. If you're up high, look over at the lake when you reload, and you'll see the cars drop from the sky. I don't think it's something they can really fix, to be honest. Well, it's hard to know. Probably they could, because I'd say they would have fixed it by now. But then there's simple things they could fix, but never did. So yeah, probably they can. They could fix it. Oh.
Damn you!
Another one bites the dust. I spent a lot of time on that game figuring out bugs. A lot of time. Okay, cancellation on those two. I would kind of like to try this and give that card another try. There's not a lot of mysteries done there. We've got a lot done in this. Most likely, yeah. The worst place for it happening, from me at least, is Solitude. And a little area outside Riften where the farm is. You know, where you delivered Draven's bow. But a lot of it is that stupid system they have when you enter a cell. If there's any animals, bears or anything like that around, they'll attack NPCs and they'll fight amongst themselves. If you just enter a cell, you could be, far away from where it's happening, and that NPC could be killed. You wouldn't even know till you went back or you had use of that NPC. You needed to use them, and only then. But if you ever can find an NPC, let's say in one of the cities, It's interesting to go through the Hall of the Dead. If they died, they'll be in there. Speaking of bears. Now 10 experience points for a bear in an area that's what? 250. Not enough. Somebody else wants some. Now, I showed Iron Rock. The axe, yeah. I couldn't find it. It wasn't in its usual spot, but I didn't really try. I didn't expect them to put it in a stump. But then when you're streaming, you know, usually if I wasn't streaming, I'd spend ages looking for it. But I'd imagine if it was there in my save, I would have found it. Yeah, maybe it was there. It is a little bit of altering. That roadway was never there before, at least I don't remember it. Oh nice, in display. Oh yeah, you'd need it for your museum. But what I'll do the next time I play that game, before I even do the hard fire home there, I'll be sure to pick up that axe. It's kind of useless, but I used to always like collecting it. I found it by chance. I think on my very first playthrough. Ah. Okay. Well, we know that's gonna be a cave, don't we? Let's see where the entrance of that cave is.
Be my eyes.
Right down there. Good guess. Let's see his writing in here before we no. We'll have a look at that after. There's another one there. There's a few of them. Right, let's see. The two are marked. If they're in the cave system, we should be able to find them. What the? There. Now. You know where the logs are to the right at the bottom of the hill? Oh, it's on the stump. Oh. Yeah, I didn't even go down that far. That would be close to where the altar is. It was never... It used to be in the tree where I was looking, leaning against the tree. It's like someone chopped down a tree and left it embedded in the stump. Ah. At least I left it there. No, I just thought it was some kind of bug or something. And I didn't really need it, but still. I wouldn't mind that museum mod you have.
Need to be careful here.
That would appeal to me now, to be honest. So we have to find the titanium.
Definitely not.
Did I just hear someone healing? Oh. I got a big decrease in health there.
Something is not right.
Yeah, it's down the side. I wonder where my health went. It's probably down here. There's a piece of titanium in there. Ah, come on, dude. You are kidding me. Ah, you're joking me. Well, that's, you know what, that's a turn. Yeah, that was a con. Unbelievable. Oh my god. We should be going up high, that didn't matter.
In my eyes.
It's my horse. Yeah, okay. That was a bit of a con. I had to chase some enemies down there and found it. Ah. Yeah, probably around the altar. I didn't really search it as well as I used to before. I should have.
Need to be careful here.
Yeah, it's got that stuff on the top, but we have no use for it. Back here now might be yeah, it's in there. Well, that's the way out, so. Oh, idiot. There it is. Got it.
That's better.
I still think we'll get, that's it. The way of getting up. Get that guy on the way out, and that will be enough, that's it. Well, we got the main one anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Titanium is spawnable stuff, so not a biggie. There's a titanium down here. You can keep the titanium. I'm not going back around for it again. I'll pick that up anywhere. Camphor. I also have to get me another bow, when sometimes explodes a human enemy, and the rib cages have been getting stuck in the air. Oh, and I can't loot them. Oh, I don't know what the temperature has cooled down here. It's actually gotten a little bit worse here at night, at least. But it's still kind of tolerable. And you were finally able to open the windows again. Nice. I'm not too concerned about the titanium. Now, we were up here and we had a little look at that. We stopped it because it was a little difficult. This time we'll do it. I hope. Ah, it's up quite high, isn't it? Okay. It would be nice to get this out. Ah, titanium. Oh. The skills. We were working on something. Where was it? Down here, wasn't it? No, that's not the one. Oh, I seem to hear some. I think we'll take Annie after a while because this is just delaying us. Predator ball. That's the one I want. Melee and flail. Who wants a flail? Melee won't do. We'll take them out when we have no choice. I never use a flail. And my grandson came back. I didn't get it long of a break. They were like, yeah, but it was a break. So you miss him when he's gone, you know. God, this is a climb and a half, isn't it? There it is.
Survey the area.
Right, let's give this one a try again. And there it is. Okay. Mysteries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artifacts. Just one. Okay. Badly need this one.
Sigurd, can I have that stone?
No, I need it for my tower.
Sigurd, your father tells me
We
you have a
want
love
that
pledge with
really
Sefa.
high.
No, not anymore. She called me a whale face and I spit on her foot. Those are not words a lover should use.
Does Sefa know you have severed your bond with her?
She does. I told her to
Oh,
find another Drenga.
It's
and she
not bad.
cried. I do not
We
know
need it
why.
pretty high.
Sadness can be so silly.
Your meanness will haunt you one day, Sigurd. I would never betray
I don't know.
you.
Could we get this?
Because
with
we are
three?
friends. In love, hurt is different from that of friendship. Lovers must betray one another as the sun rises and sets.
Oh, this would be cool if we get this. I can't see it work. We'd still need one on that as well. That is precarious. How do we tilt, rotate, X and left trigger? Nah, I knew that was going nowhere. Okay. That one there might be our downfall, but we'll give it a shot. I don't know what this one. Here, we keep that flat. No, I think that's too good to be keeping flat. I wonder is there enough on that? That's horrible. You know its shape. Now let's see. No, even that's not good enough. We'll definitely have to stand 3 of these. That's terrible. I think that's why we give up on this one. That would have to go top. So, I think we move this. I really can't see us balance this. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's overkill. Ah, come on, dude. Using that one is not a good idea. But we'll see. Horrible piece of rock, isn't it? Worst possible one. It's not really feeling that good. Oh, I just try it for a couple of minutes more and then we'll move on, but that's never gonna work. It's way too unstable. Oh, you never know. Which of these would be a good standing rock? But not that one. Oh, it's possible, I suppose. That's a long distance to go. Not that one. Too sharp. We'll have to stand up at least one more. Close. This would do if we could balance it. Ah, come on. Highly unstable. Oh, sure, I could get that one. Okay, we'll leave that. Get it some other time. I'm not streaming. That's why I left it here before. It would take too much time. You would get it if you eventually keep trying, but you know, there's so much other stuff here to get out. We can't be wasting too much time unless you know we're running out of stuff to do. Then it's a different story. There's a lot of the mysteries and artifacts here haven't been done. But most of the wells I picked, and that was because I was kind of looking for, you know, the titanium. I still have my ear infections. I can barely hear. I feel like it was just on a flight. You know, your ears are kind of stuffed up. Symbol. Seems to be tons of them around. I've only done one of those kind of better places. Okay, what is this? Yeah, it's another one. No, hang on, this could be a mask. Ritual circle. Curse symbol. Partly guessed. Oh. There's a key here. Look at that before we go in. I'm wondering, is it down the tunnels or beneath the water? Who knows? Wow. I don't know how to get that one. We'll try these. Yeah, that's the key. We need that key. It's probably on a body in the lake. So how do we get beneath the ice? Okay. Ah. Haha. There it is. Hopefully I won't die in here. It looks like I'm dying. Okay, I don't get this. Oh my good God. Oh, hang on, here's the key. Oh, how are we getting out? Yeah, I can't find my way out. Another key, you're joking me. Oh, that's the key inside. Okay, I'll have to try and fast travel. Unfortunately. Or we're dead if I don't. And then we go straight back to that again. It was funny. You raided me, then I raided you back, yeah. I've always found it hard in dark spots like that to know where I am. So we're going back up to that guy. We've got the key. If I didn't do this, we'd be dead and I'd have to start back at Cairn. I'd have to. It's the easiest way, fastest to get it done, I suppose. It's lucky we can fast travel underwater. I don't think you can do that in Skyrim. No, we've got our key. There's another key inside for something. Come on. Revenge note. Here we are, ritual circle. Oh, I wonder what the key is for. One inside.
By Odin, the Neathen curse is lifted.
Terrific. Your name is not but sin. Burn and bleed now, you to your key smoke. We just took the key from that guy while we were there. See if it showed up in our inventory. There it is. Second Cortus hideout chest key. Chest in there. Oh, the one in, yeah, in Jorvik. Remember that one I said, it's probably a quest. We got it. Yeah, it opens that one. Nice. That's a very important one. Let's go back and get it.
Oh, my eyes.
Yeah, titanium, but we're not going back in there now. Well, I suppose we could, and then fast travel to that place. That's strange.
Show me.
No way that could be. It says right there. But oh, we've already picked it up. Not a problem. Oh, hi Tigger. Hi. How are you? How have you been? You don't have anything. It's not happening at all. Jorvik, where is it? There it is. It's that one there. So who's got the key to that one? Might as well pick it up when we have the key. So, how have you been, Tigger? Oh no. Here's no. Okay, go underground there. Yeah, we'll go down and get our treasure. Oh, a headache all day. I hope it gets better soon, Tigger. Here's one here. It's kind of interesting. Oh, nice. But it makes no difference. I thought the basement might be here. You know, for another mask is driving me crazy. No. Or to try though. Right, let's get our treasure. It should be. Mask is not that far from here. Oh, here's a spot. Looks kind of interesting. Oh, there's another one on the other side of the bridge. I don't think we tried this, did we? Is that one in there? Oh, it is. There it is.
Just let me die.
There's the way in, guys.
I might have been better off stuck with that wretch. Too late now.
There's a few things here. Look at this. This is actually our way in. Come on, drop that. I'll be going to bed soon. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. And thanks for stopping by, Tigger. I hope your headache clears up and I hope you manage to get some rest. There it is. Now apparently there's a quest here. Where is it? There was one, that's why he commented. Some guy well, I tried to help, but it went sideways. But it finished the quest, it's in the way it was meant to be. Those idiots there. Oh, my pleasure, Tigger. Check out Boone's emote. It's a chair spin. Nice. Love them kitties. Yeah. Those belong to Jungle. Ah. JT, yeah? Yeah, there's the quest. I might try that in a moment. Oh, there's no need to get this one. Oh, we got the mask. Soon we'll be done with Jorvik. This one required a key from a different location, so I'll probably come across these again somehow. You are kidding me. It said a locked chest. No, it has to be that one. That's gotta be a bug. That has got to be a bug. Oh, for each chest. Find a key for each chest lock. Apparently I don't have enough keys. Well, there's nothing I can do now anyway, is there? I think it requires several keys. I hope it does. Let's check that key again. That's kinda silly. I was hoping we could get that one out. Okay, I can't even see that key now. That's strange, guys. First cultist hideout key kept in the chest. Yeah, here it is here. First, this key opens a chest in the cultist hideout. This is not the hideout. No, we still haven't got the key. All of my Fallout 4 streamers. Nice. No, this is the hideout. Wherever the hideout is. That's a second cultist hideout chest key. Oh, we got two of them. Maybe there's more. Who knows? I think we've done enough here. Oh, it was worth a try. We'll see if we can take just one or two. No, I think we'll go back. We'll try our little quest line thing. Back at home base. Where is it? That one. What's it called again? In Dreams. It looks interesting. Okay, I'm off to bed. Have a good stream and stay well. One love. And you too, Tigger. I hope you get some peace from that headache, and I hope you manage to get some rest and have a great day tomorrow. Take care, Tigger, and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, we'll get... Where is it? A distorted dream. In dreams. Bugger needs a place to walk. Blah blah blah. Dream words. There. I wasn't sure about this because it's a dream world. If there's a way back and out, and that's why I didn't want to get involved in it. It looked pretty big. But if it is, we'll have to stay there until we get everything done. I'm not quite sure how it goes. Or even if we could choose a raven. It looked a bit strange. Now we can check it out. Well, our little village has grown.
Yes, one more. And only because you all have such good taste. Now, this one begins a long time ago at a desert.
May I see you?
You should buy that.
No, that's what we need.
There is always more when
The
that
rest
came
is
from.
just junk. Trap shot. Stealth headshot kill. Automatically spawn a trap. I'll take that. I've never
It
seen
will
one
see
before.
many battles.
That's
Nothing
kind
else?
of weird. I don't know if I have a use for it, but
I will see.
I hope to see you
Interesting.
soon.
now we're coming handy in some of the quests. Oh, yeah, we need to fix our health. That's why we've got our farm over here.
This one begins a long time ago at a desert oasis. Far away.
Where is it?
Wonder.
There it is. That's it. That was handy, getting that farm going. Here's the quest. I think we'll try and get this. There's that and there's that weird one that sends us to another place as well. But this one looked pretty big. Oh my god. It's bugged. A trap beneath the building. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's it. I'm done. Let's load it again. I think we're finished. That don't look good. I didn't think leaving the quest for so long would be a problem, to be honest. That's absolutely stupid. Hang on. It's okay now.
I have the plans you need.
Good.
Okay, that was close.
Once added to the elixir, it will be ready to drink. In taking this, you will have access to the
That was
All-Father's
close.
list. You will walk the path of Odin and live as he lived so long ago. Prepare yourself for a journey into another time, another plane.
I expected this to be a straightforward quest.
The elixir is ready. It will taste like misery itself, but it will open your mind to the sights and sounds of the 9 worlds.
Right, here we go. Oh, hang on. There's something outside as well. What is it? No, it's just the other one. That's okay, let's try this. I'll get this done. Or at least for the reload, the NPC. Yeah. Got unglitched from beneath the map. We went in here with less health as well, but we'll see if it makes a difference. Be interesting to see if we can go back and forth. But this area looked kind of big, like there was several quests in it, so I backed out and we did something else. Oh, location discovered Asgard, so we can go back.
The Aesir are doomed.
I think. We'll see in a minute.
Doomed. Repeat the last passage.
Brothers will fight one another and kill one another. The home of the gods turns red with gore.
We can change that. We can in all of them really, the ending.
An age of wolves.
Not this. Further along. The foretelling of a wolf. A great beast.
The wolf Fenrir howls terribly before the gates to hell. The beast will break its bonds and run.
And my part. What about me?
Then comes the second great sorrow. When the Havi goes to fight the wolf. And falls to Fenrir.
And falls to Fenrir. It's there, you see. You have foretold my death. Your Havi will die.
We speak what we see. We know your fate, your destiny. Have you gleaned enough, O wise one?
Fate can be altered. Life is what you make.
Why struggle and fight? We are but threads stretched between anchored points.
Yeah, I used this one before.
Without hope, life is a prison, not a gift.
Life is the music that comes from playing those threads. That is what lifts our spirits and fills our hearts.
I am no string to be plucked or tied. I am the High One, the Lord of Ecstasy, the enemy of the wolf. I am eternal.
Well, I don't know what that was about. Well, let's see what this is about here.
Words only cloud my thoughts. A storm is brewing. Not in the clouds, but down below. Does our final battle draw near? Is this how Ragnarok begins?
Asgard arc started. It is an arc. The fate of the High One. Now, the reason I didn't pick this is I wanted, I wonder if we just synchronize this. And then see if we can go back to what we were doing. I didn't check this arc. It's not that big. No, you see, we can't get out. Reach the Great Hall. You see, this is why I didn't know. We don't want to do that one yet. We're kind of trapped there. Yeah, we'll try something more fun. That one we'll do later. But it is actually an arc. So there'll be a lot of stuff to do in it. I'll check it tomorrow and see how far it goes. Now, there's this one. She's glitched now. See that?
Oh, it's you! Valka said we would meet, but I can hardly believe the great Eivor is fated to save my little Isle of Skye.
Who are you?
Ahead of yourself as always, Edith. Eivor. Edith is an old friend and a seer. She contacted me for advice. Her people are plagued by nightmares to the point of madness.
This is interesting.
I wasn't aware people settled on the Isle of Skye.
There are small settlements, but it is a place of passage for many, making it perfect for dreams to wreak havoc. Until now, I've mostly been deciphering if my cousin's feasting on feathers in her dreams.
We'll give it a
means she
quick
should marry
Google
her
as well
father
to
or a
see if there's
baker.
any decisions, but I
You
don't
lost
think there
me.
is.
Edith needs your help. And it's not just her people being affected. As someone deeply in tune with the spirit realm, I have also begun to lose sleep. I fear it may spread to our settlement soon.
I will investigate. But it is not as if I have experience chasing away bad dreams.
There is more. You're not going to like this, Eivor. But I believe somehow Ranvi is involved. Perhaps even responsible.
Oh.
Valka, you've gone really mad this time. Ranvi would never do something like this. Nor could she. She's always here.
Ever since the nightmare started here, I began asking the spirits for clarity. And a vision came to me. Though it was cloudy, I know what I saw. You will find Ranvi amidst a scene of death on the Isle of Skye. The two of you will fight before you are forced to part ways forever.
That just can't be true.
Believing is your choice. The only way to find the truth and stop the nightmares from spreading. I must tend...
No.
I need some...
No. Too important. You see, this is why I skip these. Where is it? Yeah, we'll do one of the arcs. I'll have to check these two out. She's a pretty important NPC. We'll go back and we'll do one of the arcs.
Hey, my boy.
But before we do, we'll do this feast thing. Where is it? Yeah, party time. Okay. This is Ranvi here, so I can't see why you would be killing her.
Good to see you.
I want to see the Alliance.
No. Jorvik is the one we want. Not really. I want this one here. What about just for money? We'll take this one.
The Chelbet has traveled to Sherapshire.
I think we get another one here, another crew member.
The Shire has been mired in a long war with Rodri,
for our
king
ship.
of the Britons. Ceolbert hopes to negotiate a peace with the Britons of the West.
And then there's the Tombs of the Fallen as well. We haven't done any of those.
Has prepared him well.
Indeed. But I think it best if you supervise these talks. If Ceolbert can make this work, we will gain a valuable alliance.
I will make my way to Sherapshire.
Okay.
I am relieved. He and Ivar should be in Quatford just now. You will find it along the Effen Hafun River.
If Ivar is with him, I will certainly be needed.
In a strange land. Speak. What's that in a strange land thing? Stronger than before. Ah. Okay, we'll speak to her. I don't know if we can do two of them at the same time. No, it doesn't really come up, does it?
I should go.
In a strange land, where is it? It's not here now. I don't know what's going on here, guys. Here it is. No, it's okay. We can get that one later. Although, to be honest, I really want to get that one. And this is silly. My apologies, guys. I haven't really looked around the board for a while. But I don't want these to, I don't want these to clash. But knowing me, that will be probably part of the Jorvik quest. I'm not sure. Now let's bring it up here. In a strange land. Yeah, okay. That will probably be the Jorvik one, I'm not sure. I should have checked these out earlier.
Good day.
Yeah, it is.
I want to see the Alliance map.
It's actually the Jorvik one. No, we'll go with what we were doing.
The Chelbet has
We'll
traveled
cancel
to
that quest.
Sherapshire.
He has, into a difficult... Ceolbert hopes to negotiate...
I hope you're tuteled.
Indeed. But I think it best if you supervise...
There, we'll get this over with.
I will make my way to Sherapshire.
I am relieved. He and Ivar should be in Quatford just now. You will find it along the Effen Hafun
We'd
River.
have to take the
If
Jorvik
Ivar
one
is
for
with
that.
him, I will certainly be needed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. Nice. We'll quickly spam through that little feast and then we'll get out and we'll start that arc. That's it. Okay. Right. War weary. Should be all the way down here. Godford's. There it is.
Surveying the area.
Finds me February 2. Yeah, we already know that. Already know that one. Now we need new saves for this. That's the one we don't need. Oh. In dreams, any one of those.
Go, my eyes.
Nothing but days.
Nettle and turnips. It's all I could God and
Come on, boy. Not half bad, boy. But be fierce, dirty. Strike at my balls.
Ivar, are you
Oh, this same guy again.
One will lead to the other in time.
Eivor, well met. You received my message, and just in time. Our negotiations with the Britons have not yet begun.
Oh, this is to get your brother back.
Is there anything I should know first?
This
The
is where we
venerable
lost
King
him, wasn't
Rodri
it?
is here. I'm to deal with him directly.
Rodri is desperate for peace, ever since we captured his sniveling brother Goriad. Sounds like a man coughing up snot. Goriad ap Mervin.
Rodri waits at the church nearby.
Who speaks for Shropshire in these talks?
The last Elderman was killed in battle. Bishop Deolav is standing in.
Until we get this wet whelp installed. That is his father's wish.
I find the idea of leading a shire on my own quite terrifying.
It is a grave thing to be alderman in the time of
We
war.
need to check out the
He will piss his pants first thing,
that
that's
Steam
for
has
certain.
going.
As future alderman, you should
On,
speak
I
in the
think
talks as
I
well.
read this up. Oh, nice,
With humility.
85% off. That would be good.
Rodri is the king, and will expect to be treated as one.
Rodri will want us to get down on our knees and sniff the rosy wind blowing from his ass.
On the
I know
Xbox,
the man.
yeah,
You've met him.
very
Met
little
him,
deals.
Bought him. He gave me this nick here. Maybe I can give him one back. Remind him some call me King Killer.
It may be you should stay behind, Ivar. That is not a recipe for a good parley.
I'd like you both to be there. To guide me, to judge my fitness.
Give us your word then. Your blade stays in its sheath.
Eivor, don't make me laugh. We both know what my word is worth. But sure, I will let you do the talking. Probably.
Excellent. Now, to the church, I think. Our guests await.
It is the Book of Dragons. Okay.
It's not far, just across the village. We've been at war with the Britons for coming on 2 years.
The Britons had the best of it. Tell me and my berserkers plowed through their ranks and chased Rodri's brother into a ditch.
That's why Rodri's talking peace now. It's thanks to Ivar.
I am going to enjoy seeing him squeal, the old oak. Not nearly as much as taking him down, though. That would seal my legacy.
Your legacy?
As King Killer. They do not all get away like Borgred did, Wolf-Kissed.
Keep the peace, Ivar.
What has become of your preening brother?
Oh, my brother. He parted. This road is unsure.
You are better off leaving that sauntering pole in your wake.
Right, I'm here. Where are we going now?
Our Bishop Deolav and King Rodri are ensconced in the church ahead.
These houses of Christ, they are all so hard and cold.
Yet within is warmth. The Christian God unites King Rodri, Bishop Deolav, and myself. On his ground, peace.
Alright, let's see what this is about.
Explain to the good bishop our position.
Yes, my sovereign. Bishop Deolav. We are deaf to offers of peace until Guriad is returned to us.
The king's brother. The king's brother is a moldering sack of cow dung.
You. I know your face, your stench. Ivar, the one they call boneless. Did I not gift you that scar myself?
Ah, you did. And I mean to gift you a gash, you reeking piss pot in your fat fucking skull.
Hold, both of you. Now is not the time for keeping grudges. We're here to smooth the path to peace.
Peace, peace, peace. Not with this bag of Britain slop.
On that, we are agreed.
Now, calm everyone. Good faith is all I ask.
You know my demands. Until my brother Gwiriad walks free, peace between us is impossible.
He is lucky he can walk at all. Fell on his own blade, fleeing from us.
I will soon help you fall on yours.
Husband, keep your head. It is in our interest to find a way to peace, all of us.
First, my brother.
First, your head on a pike. Then the runt goes free.
Husband, no!
Enough! This is a house of God. Let us take some few minutes to gather ourselves, shall we? Eivor, to me, I do not know you well, but Ceolbert believes you a steady head. We need such a one.
It may be too late. I see the crows of war gathering.
I have a hefty sum of silver. Speak to the people here. If the silver will help one bring us toward peace, offer it to them.
My god. Decide who gets the silver. Ah. Haha. Yeah, that's dodgy, isn't it? That's dodgy. Decide who gets the silver. Let's see. Decide who gets the silver. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Whatever you decide to do with the bishop's silver, the outcome is the same. Either will kill that guy and start a war. So if you want the best chance of keeping the silver, you can either give it to Gwynard and then loot it off his corpse, or just keep the silver for yourself. Gwynard, okay. That's grim. Yeah, that's a bit grim. Oh well. Where's this Gwynard guy? That's the guy with a beard, isn't it?
You are wasting time!
Okay, where is he? Oh, there's this guy here, isn't it? Yeah, here he is.
King Rodri.
What is it,
No,
Dane?
that's the king.
I wish to help you to peace.
I will not talk of peace until my brother Gwriad is returned to me.
If you first agree to peace, he will be returned. Would a sum of silver help overleap this difficulty?
I cannot be put.
Talk, talk, talk. All we do is talk.
Okay. Doesn't really matter if I keep the silver or not, but still.
I'm waiting!
Okay, where is this guy? You're kidding.
You are Gwriad, are you not?
Oh, that's
Brother
him.
to King Rodri.
So I am.
This is him. We'll give him the money.
Born in your bloody game.
How do you stand with your brother?
My brother loves me well. Yet he can be slow and stubborn. Were I king, I'd have played all this quite differently.
What if you had the chance?
At the crown, I would leap at the chance to rule. But a man needs wealth to bring down a king. Nobles must be bought, you understand.
I make no promises, but I may be able to find you the silver you need.
Under what terms?
Knock Rodri from his throne. Withdraw all Britain soldiers from Shropshire, and never again threaten this border.
If you speak true, I would make that bargain gladly.
Yeah, he dies and then we need the money. It's not really worth it, but still, 650.
Take the silver. Depose your brother, and you will rule with our support.
His blood will gush at my first opportunity.
I have spoken with everyone who matters.
Okay,
Report when I go
let's...
to Bishop Deola.
Okay, where is the bishop?
We should settle this with blood, not pretty words.
Okay, where's the stupid bishop? Oh my god, what way is this quest going? Where's the bishop? That's the king. That's the bishop there, isn't it?
Eivor, my friend.
I
Yeah.
asked around, as you suggested.
Have you come to a decision? To whom have you given this silver?
Rodri's brother will use the silver to take the crown himself, by force.
He promised rebellion. Are you sure this was wise?
Rodri, I see you mocking me! I challenge you! Single
Ivar,
combat,
no.
now!
Boneless Ivar. Spineless, toothless, gutless. You cannot kill me. A dragon will be my death, as my seers have foretold.
And your brother. Does your destiny guard him?
Gwriad!
Yeah, he killed him. Ah, that was just stupid.
God Almighty, I'll
Get him to safety. Go, quickly.
Okay, let's get that money. Yeah, there's a war.
with his blood.
Where's my money?
Gwriad won't need the silver
Oh. Okay, I got the money. It saved me a bit of time, but I wouldn't have thought of that. To give it to the guy who's gonna die and then loot his body. Ah, that was just cruel.
Ah, now that is Vikinger diplomacy! Show the fuckers who the real warriors are.
Ivar, you have scuppered the peace.
Do not be fooled by peace, boy. It is just an empty voice between axe blows.
Dear Lord, this is a massacre.
We have no choice now but to find our way out of this.
Ah, a good test for you, boy.
Lord, forgive us.
Stay close, Jailbert. You watch my back, and I will pull the knives from yours.
Dear Lord.
Stay here, where it's safest, Bishop.
Help me with this fucking door!
Help him with the door. And then we've got a lot of guys here that want a piece of it. What, do we kill all of them? Apparently. Yeah, apparently we kill all of these guys. Okay, there's one more. Oh god, he's a long way away. What's he doing down there?
Down board the river!
That's it. Okay, we gotta clear them all out. That was a good trick for the 650. Not that it makes much of a difference, but... There's a good few here. Chaos. A few stragglers.
Show me what lies ahead.
Good God, what carnage.
That's it.
We must let Bishop Deolav know that the battle is done.
Yeah, the other guy is an absolute idiot. I thought I was finished with him with the other arc.
You did yourself proud, Adeling.
This was not a battle we needed, Ivar.
When you are king, Jailbert, you won't need battles.
Okay, we can't save for some reason. Okay. How was Origins? It's on sale for $17 with all the DLCs. It was okay. Yeah. It was okay, Blonde. It wasn't as good as Odyssey, or it was nothing compared to this, but that's just my opinion. But definitely worth $17. Guaranteed. Yeah. With all the DLCs. Yeah, most certainly worth $17. It's a lot of game for $17.
What's done is done. We must plan our next moves before the Britons regroup.
They will retreat to their great castle for certain. It's well nigh impossible.
Yeah, I definitely give $17 for it if I hadn't played it before.
Supplies. Watch them beg for death.
Dear God. More death, more war, endless refugees.
But I much preferred
This is our
Odyssey.
only way forward, dear love. You know the territory best. How can we hurt them?
Well, for food and supplies, they stockpile cargo at Wenlacan outpost. Down
My
south
grandson said it tastes big.
I came
Yeah, that's
across
right, in
Wenlocan
Egypt.
earlier.
You're best off
I've
fighting
taken
with a
that cotton
spear
already.
in
Well
Origins, I
done,
found.
Drenga.
Rodri has another secret supply.
The mechanics are kind of
Ask
geared
among
up,
the
you're better off
refugees near the river,
with a spear.
Those who have fled from occupied villages.
Rodri's Britons will strike back long before we can.
Indeed. They will send Anir and his soldiers. They
Got a
train in
different
Wesbeth,
system
west
where you
of the
can
ruined
sell the
tower.
weapons and,
You do
you know,
not
buy
need me
stuff,
to
let's
hold
say.
your hand, Eivor.
And there's plenty
I will
of
head to
weapons
Wesbeth
to collect.
scout around.
Not like
I know
this
your
where you get a
method of
limited
scouting.
amount and you're gonna fix them up.
Always leads
I
to
prefer
sword
this way, to be honest,
I
and
am
even
as
at this there's still
regular
too
as
many
Tide
weapons.
I shall go with you, if only to get an honest accounting of our situation.
I will meet you both at Westbury then. Once
Yeah,
I've done
in
some
Egypt.
damage. Until then,
Odyssey in Greece and this one in Norway and
One last
in England.
thing. We'll need a field before our
The
battle's done.
DLCs that go
Try
to
free any
Ireland
captives
and
you
France.
find. They'll swell our ranks.
that's done. Now to track down their supply line. We will drag Rodri back to the peace table soon enough.
There we go. Supply line, new quest. Nice. It's only 17, I may go ahead. It's definitely worth 17 in my opinion. There it is there, supply line. Speak with the refugees. Now, what we might do to just finish this area is take out that, and that, just to get it over with. Doing a little bit between every quest, just a tiny bit. Now, where's our skills? What have we got down here that we might need? I might finish with these, to be honest. There's assassination damage, it's always always handy. Headshot, hunter bow, predator bow. I really should have taken that one in hand. We'll stick on these for a while. But yeah, well worth 17 bucks. Oh, this horse is just too slow. My god, that's slow. There's one over here. This will help us clear the areas out. You're doing a small bit between each quest. You know, the stuff I'm really close to. That's one. The other one is over here, and the other one, I'm calling the ship for that one. And we'll go down into that refugee one.
Aid me.
Yeah.
My eyes.
Nothing much else here either. Just a chest. Oh, it's been eaten. Okay. Nice. And then the other one. And then we'll fast travel back to the dock, and that will get us close to the quest. Let's see if it's coming back here later. We can't call the longship from here. Yeah, maybe I should have called the longship from the dock. Save us a bit of time. But this this island, I haven't been here. That's kind of interesting. I know nothing is showing on it, but you never know what you'd find here. I still haven't come across the quest for Excalibur. Maybe I haven't realized it, but it might be one of those other kind of tombs or something. But I did find the sword, strange enough. It's back in Norway. Funny place for it to be, but that's where it is. Ah, there it is. It's down deep. My God, it's deep here. There. My God, that's deep. Now, where was that interesting island? There. I don't know, I don't think I was here. I was. The weatherman says it's 80 degrees, it feels cooler to me. Yeah, it's 4 AM here, so tomorrow we'll tell. Tons of fish out here. We're done with the fishing. Thank goodness. There, I just wanted to clear that piece of the map. That's it. Oh, tempted. Tempted to just get that one. And then we get back. fast travel pretty quickly. Okay, let's see what we have here.
They will attack on sight here.
Of course they will. So we're done. Right, away with us. There wasn't much there, but we got it. That's a pretty clean area except for a few quests. Now.
Asked about this, my friend.
Yeah, that's good enough. Right. Let's get back and do our quest. Where was it again? There. Now. Not much of a defense, to be honest. By bunny rabbit. Farewell, letter. Oh. Okay, refugees.
Friend or foe?
Friends, peace. I was told you might know where the Britons bring in their supplies.
Are we your friends, Dane?
I would have it so.
After years of blood and gore, looting and burning, forgive us if we don't trust a Dane.
Here are the facts. I know your plight.
As a Norse, I know I have little right to ask for your help. But I am fighting to bring this war to an end.
If you're truly fighting that devil, Rodri, I'll tell you what I know. The Britons move their goods through Dustin Quarry. See that tower to the south?
Yep.
That's the Hillgate remnants. Further on, you'll find the stone quarry.
And thank you.
Hold a moment. If you need extra help...
I may.
Good Mercian men are working in that quarry. They all fought for Thane Merton. If you find yourself in a pitched fight, Call out his name in praise. The workers will rally to you.
God bless
The
Thane
accent reminds me of Game of Thrones. It's definitely a North accent. Now, quarry located south of the map to find your objective. Yeah, I did say that one. Right there.
Show me.
I forget where it is. South of the hill gate. God. That's someone's here, but there. I think it was there. South of hill gate remnants. Yeah, there it is. South of here. I think it's the quarry where I didn't pick up that book. I could never figure out how to get it. Maybe it's because of the quest here. South, okay. West, 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 north, east, south, this way. I don't think so.
Have a look, Sunan.
Okay, I'm not too fond of this searching, to be honest, for quests. This is south. Keep riding south until I get lucky.
Go! Yeah!
What do you see, Sunan?
It's gotta be down there. There it is. So, find the quarry. So, we want that. Oh, I raided this place, yeah.
The stone
Yeah,
quarry.
I did raid this place.
Filled with Britain supply carts.
Oh, it's a pretty low
Once I burn those, we'll push Rome
level,
into
and
peace.
it just stole everything. Freeing some miners will revolt upon conflict with guards. Oh.
A hood should work.
Freeing prisoners will build your forces. So we want to be freeing prisoners. And taking these guys out pretty silently as we can. We don't want to be killing anyone. Okay. I want to take that bell out. I don't know if I can get it from here. It's a bit silly. To make sure these guys don't turn, you know, the alarm up here. Where's that bell? We've gotten a good few. Oh, the guy's coming up. Right. There's prisoners apparently down there. Oh, hi James. How are you? Keeping well, I hope. I'm lovely, we're having so much fun, isn't it? Yeah. That was one of my favourite games. And every story has a meaning, doesn't it? I've gone very heavy into magic and want a magical character. Yeah, it's a little more complicated than Skyrim, let's say, getting into the magic. You know, you've got to get access to the college. The spells are a lot different as well. That's pretty good. You'd do the guilds, you know, in each town. Yeah, it was great. The new Bethesda game. It does look fairly decent. He did make a kind of promise, well, not a promise, a comment that there would be over 1,000 worlds to explore. I can't see that happen, to be quite honest, on Xbox. Probably a dozen planets and the rest will be, you know, some kind of tiny asteroids or something. You know what he's like for making promises that he can't keep. But only time will tell. I've kind of given up on what Todd says. He's told porcupines in every single release they've had. Oh, that's a bit dodgy. I think I'll go up and kill these two. I want to see if I can take this place out, let's say, without causing an alarm. Hard to know. The arrows are working well so far. There's a lot of these guys to take out. There's a minute to go back at your map. So, how have you been, James? Oh, he just had to walk behind that, didn't he? Oh, I'm wasting a lot of irons. And they'll come up here now. Probably. Okay, that's a good view. We're taking them out, alright. That's it. I think we've got almost all of them. I'll try and get no casualties. Oh, hi Twitcher. Not like I have anything to do. How have you been? I think we should be able to clean this camp out without alerting any of these guys, probably. Possible. I want to make sure all of the miners survive. There's quite a few of these guys, isn't there? There's the ones we want down there. We'll try and get the guys, let's say, far away. There's some over there as well. Just a few more. Okay, that was 2 shots there. Oh, he's behind a wall. That's not gonna work, is it? So what have we got? 3 more. 2. Okay, I think we got everyone. I think it's safe to release. Oh, hang on. There's one more. One more. Yeah, I think we have them all. Right, let's start releasing these guys. No one. Oh, what are we gonna do? Oh, it's okay. Okay, that's one. Oh, just run. It should be easy now. I just didn't want any casualties. Maybe a bit of practice as well. God knows I needed everyone up there. That's it. No, there's one more. Where is it?
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
Fleeing prisoners who oppose your forces. Where's the prisoners? Okay, where's this last one? It's probably up there, I'd say. Oh, this is all over the place. Empty. There's something in here. Put this before we move along. But we're missing one of the supply cards. I obviously wouldn't have it in here. Looking for titanium. Oh, I give up. Oh, I see some guys. There's two more. Probably down here. Must have missed it. No, they're just guards.
Right. If not that, then it's feverfew and holy water again. Not affecting the first to bits, but
Right, it's gotta be over the other side, guys. It's gotta be up there somewhere. Yeah, it is. Somewhere here. Probably up top. There it is. Yep. Okay, let's go after it. Now be another quest. Finished. Well, we didn't get discovered, not that it makes a difference. Not like the old games. That's it.
Quarry and Wenlocan both done.
We're done.
That should shake Rodri to his senses. Now to Westbury, before Ivar causes more problems.
Right, off we go, the supply line. Finished. Right, where's our next one? Let's see if we're close to any, I don't really even try for that for a while. Okay, where's our quest? Oh. Oh, I don't see it. Quests. Bloody path to peace. Okay. Quest should shine up a little better than this, to be honest. It's too hard to find them. Well, it's here in Shropshire, so... Oh my god. Which direction is it in? No. Westbury. Unbelievable. Now we've got to look for this stupid place, Westbury. I suppose we'll check out that one over here. The more of these little things we'll get as we're doing the arc, the better it will be. Stupid lighter. Come on. Probably anonymous. Oh. Okay. Oh. What is this? Curse symbol. Okay, come get some. Now, let's see if we can take out this symbol. I've got to carry this guy and dump him. There's been some crazy weather in the US this week. It's not record. It does not record temperatures. It's storms. Yeah, very unsettled. There we go.
I need your eyes, my friend.
Well, we're actually in the wrong shire here. But still we got that. So, along the road west of Hillgate. Okay. Ah, okay. Where's the Hillgate remnants? Where is this? Shropshire. Here it is, Hillgate remnants. Here. That's where we need to go. West of here. I wasn't really looking at that properly. Oh, hi Centurion. Sorry I missed your message. People used to tell me you're going places. Yeah, bro. I'm going home. How have you been, Centurion? Keeping well, I hope? I did hear about a young family with little ones being followed by a black bear. Oh my. For about, yeah, pretty dangerous on a hike, I'd say. Along the road west of Hillgate. Okay. We're going west. North. This way. West. And that's the road. Going up there. Yeah, we can save it here, I suppose. We'll meet up with this guy and see what he needs. I went to the doctor and they told me to get a therapist. Oh, there's no shame in that. You know, we've all been through patches. We've all been there at one stage or another, at one time, I should say. I couldn't do anything but continue on because the bear was, in the way to go back. Those guys can do a lot of damage. I feel the masculine urge to do anything but get one though. Ah. But yeah, there's no shame in seeking help. Everyone needs help. No one can go through life alone. It's just the way we're made. Social creatures. Much to our detriment, really. Yeah, lucky.
I see you, old friend.
We're going west, aren't we? Well, this is west, and this is the road, so not much of a road, but apparently it's here. Five between Westbury. We're looking for Westbury. You see, I really don't know where Westbury is. It says on the road west from Highgate Ruins, but we've come a long way. No, hang on, where is Highgate Ruins? Here. Or Hillgate Ruins. He's waiting near the northeastern entrance of Westbury, so... I don't know, I can't see Westbury. Oh, here it is. This is not west. That's stupid. That's not west. That's actually south. They got it on video, following them. Ah, so you show up the kids. Yeah, it'll be something to show them when they get older. Yeah, you've got to be very careful when you go to areas like that where there's, you know, dangerous live animals. People underestimate the risk, you know. An attack can happen pretty quickly. Oh, hi Jed. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping well, I hope? Couldn't be me. I'm knee deep in this. Oh yeah, quite young. I don't know. But maybe it's just me. We don't have, you know, these really dangerous wild animals, but let's say if I went to the US and I had little kids, let's say. If I went to a forested area, you know, I don't think I even would with small kids. I'd drive it in a car or something that could protect me, but if I was going into a forest like that where I suspected it would be bears, I'd at least bring a gun. I might just tick them off, but still, you know, something like that you'd want to think out a little better. But I suppose if you're living around the animals like that for a while and you've never been bothered, you kind of get complacent, you know? It would be different from me because I would have, you know, a fear of those guys all the time. But I suppose, you know, you get used to it and you kind of drop your guard. But that was a risky thing to do, to go walking in the forest with two small kids. Or even alone, actually. Or even with a gun. Oh, nice, you found your new favorite sentence. Yeah, I think so. I think so. But fair enough, let's say they want to take the risks themselves, but the kids didn't have any decision in it, did they? No, I think those parents need to start thinking at least one step ahead before they make a decision like that again. Dump that stupid lighter, I keep picking the wrong one. There, let's find this guy. Oh, here's one of the... I wonder if we could solve this one, guys. This would be cool. But you're gonna look at this from a certain angle, but... we'll give it a shot. We're eventually gonna have to do these anyway. No, apparently you always go by the center, so... Oh, why is there arrows here? Why would they give me arrows? Oh, I know exactly what they want me to do. I've got to look at that at an angle so that gets in the middle of these two pieces. I'd say that's how it goes. Oh, we'd have to do it from up here. Or maybe on one of these. You see what I mean? I'd say that's how it works. I could be wrong, these could take ages. We'll just have a quick look. And then we can't carry on with our quest. It can be pretty frustrating. They're new kind of puzzles. One of those kids was in a, oh my god, a backpack carrier. Black bears are the biggest ones around. Yeah, they're small compared to the other guys. But I've heard they're the most aggressive, really. Don't know if that's true. But either way, you know, they're pretty dangerous. It's late here, good night. Good night, Twitcher, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest, and hope you have a great day tomorrow. All the best, Twitcher. Bye. Game gave you random supply. Yeah, that can't be good. No. Looks bad, doesn't it? Yeah, have a good one, Twitcher. But these, I've done one of these so far, but I'm finding them pretty... You know, you can align these up. But I know it's something like this, but the angle would have to get really, really high. I don't think we'd do it from here. Oh yeah, this is it. This is the one. We get it from here. We can get this one. I think it's from here. I think we can get to this one. I think it's across. There it is. Ah, we're too far. That's a pity. There it is. We just adjust this a little bit. Might be able to do it from here. It's the top. There it is. You see that? There. Oh, gotcha. I nearly had it. Got it. I got it.
What strange forces work here?
Nice. That's only the second one of them I've solved. That one was obvious. Why am I sitting like that? Well, we got that. That's cool. That's another one. Now let's go to our okay. We'll save it again. I don't want to be doing that. I knew it would probably be up high. Now where's our predator? Oh, down here. That's kind of important. There. That's under, but still. Try and get these ones out if we can. Well, that's good. And finding those the most difficult. Ah, that's it. I must be close now.
Be my
Yeah.
eyes, Zunin.
Down there. Now bring in our horse and we'll save and we're pretty good to go. This is a kind of fun game, to be honest. Odyssey was as well, but this has more to do. The story, it's different than Odyssey. I will say that.
What do you see?
Okay, where is this guy now? Oh, hang on, he's behind us. Over there. Maybe we just passed him.
Yeah.
There he is. Right up there.
I think so.
There's Ivar. Tailbat too.
Oh no. The heirs.
Right, let's see what he wants.
Ivar, Tailbat.
Hey, Eivor. I was telling the Aetherling here that Thor is with us this day. Our victory is assured.
So, what is your plan?
That bastard Anir commands this hamlet. So let us show these folks what happens when a village bows to the Britons.
Oh.
Smash it to kindling, burn it to ashes, and cut Anir's tender throat. Right, my boy?
I hope to fight well, not cruelly. The cutting of throats I leave to you.
Our goal is peace, I think. Of Colbert. Our goal is peace.
Flames
Well,
and smoke will warm Rodri's desire for peace. Anir is a lesser concern.
Peace
We'll
is
try and
for
be
suckling
neutral.
babes, but as you like. Oh, my blood runs hot. Let us rush in now and leave a trail of bloody kindling.
A stealthy approach might earn us more time.
Ah, I prefer sound and fury. But do as you must.
okay. I choose don't. Yeah.
I want to go in quietly. No point bringing every armed Briton down on our heads.
Am I to stand here drooling like a village idiot waiting for your success?
Yeah.
Tailbat, listen to this old man's stories and wipe his drool for him.
I am not a patient man, Eivor. Put these dogs down quietly, or I may just join you the way I did in Leicester.
Yeah, that's the problem with this guy.
We will stay behind and
Cottages
ruin
burn.
the dirt. But do not take long. My blood is up.
Okay, we'll need new saves on this. don't want this guy running in after us. Yeah, we need a lot of these. Yeah, we're just running for a while, save a bit of time.
Are you not done? Have you stopped to nap?
You
Enough! I will have blood!
joking me? I just...
You are a rabbit hound.
He is a nasty piece of work, that guy. He always messes up my quests.
Light it up and burn it down! Burn it all down!
Well, that's taken off, alright. Now... This chapter is one of the most memorable ones, really. Nice. I wanted to do it nice and quietly, but that guy... he always messes up the stealthy approach. Okay, what's the key for it? It doesn't really matter because I've cleared everything from here. Just a respawning key. Another one down here. Another one over there. Yeah. I don't think it's done any damage yet, so... oh, there's two down there. I think we have a choice, don't we, really? Oh, that's plain sailing now. He's nasty. I hate doing quests with him. Doesn't matter, even if he gives you the choice, he takes it away from you, I like to get them done nice and quietly and just You know, not tick off too many people. Kill him. And his men. Okay. I wonder if I can do this stealth. But it was a picnic, I suppose, compared to the time they lived in.
Like a winter sea.
What the? Oh, there they are. Oh, there he is. Okay, it's time for stealth is over. Oh my! He surprised me. Oh, we got a spear. Oh, that's back.
Here's a crit of my bunghole.
I swear it!
That it?
That's the
Regroup. That's it.
Let us get a good view.
Let's have a look at that spear. Increased back damage when dodging. Not bad. I still prefer the swordfish. I might fix it up and try it after 2 spears. Well, let's say the one the swordfish had. Is... I'm gonna set him on fire. Yeah.
Join us, Eivor! Eivor! Did you see Ceolbert fight? He is all balls now!
I give thanks for victory, and ask penance for taking lives.
Oh, Ceolbert, your god bores me to death. Have a laugh! We won!
And I took no pleasure in it, Ivar.
Eivor and I were made for this, my boy. The song of swords, the blood mist, the bone crunch and baring of teeth.
Is this enough blood paid, Ivar? We've spilled enough to slake the thirst of Fenrir.
Why stop there?
Ceolbert, I would know your mind on all this. Are you satisfied with our victory?
I believe I am. I'll need word from Rodri as soon as possible. What does he intend?
He will see the flames. He will know Espery has been destroyed.
The bleeding pus pit claims only a dragon can defeat it. We will soon put that to the test.
It is peace we want, Ivar, not revenge. If you cannot accept that, return to Repton now.
You do not know Rodri as I do, Eivor. You do not know what a slippery, lying shit he can be.
Enough talk of
he
killing.
was kinda right the last time, wasn't
You need me.
No, Ivar. True calm. A walk in the woods to clear the air. Or fishing. Would you go fishing with me?
Fishing, huh? Looking for a warm puddle to dangle your worm in?
I saw a small pond nearby. Will you come?
We can all take a moment to allow our blood to cool.
I think that's it.
It's just up here.
I have no
Go
fun
fishing, you serious?
Where is the sport in it?
I had enough
There's
fishing
no
in this
chance the
game to
fish will
last me a
kill you.
lifetime. I just want to go fishing after slaughtering a village.
Here will be
Yeah.
good. Let's fish for eel.
Eel.
Dale relishes nettle soup cooked with eels fresh from the water.
Fishing. Eels caught. Oh my god. There.
Some hungry fish here.
Gotta go fishing now.
Hooked! Bring it to shore. Done, Eivor. An eel.
I thought I was done with this fishing thing.
Hooked. Bring it to shore. Oh, another eel. Almost enough for a hearty soup.
Oh, this is for lunch. My, I wouldn't need an eel. Horrible creatures.
Hooked. Bring it to shore. That's enough for now.
That's it.
Bishop Dale, I'll be pleased. Let's go tell Ivar about our catch.
That took longer than clearing this village.
We caught some eel for a feast. The bishop should be pleased.
The simple fellow comes now. Ah,
Oh.
A strange way to celebrate victory. But then again, our Christ was a
Oh,
fisher
no problem,
of
Jill.
souls,
And
was
welcome
he
back.
not?
Bishop, greetings. We've the makings for a delicious soup.
I'm
Yeah, we've been
grateful
on this
to
arc.
that,
We took a few
but my
things out. We
heart
got one
is
of
heavy.
those, you know, those
So
strange
many
puzzles.
homes burnt. Will be years
But I think I'm getting the hang
You
of
should
it
have
now.
seen Chaelbert fight. He will be an alderman with sack and guts, fearsome and raw.
I should rather be fair and just, but I take the compliment.
I wonder
I
what
have
this
said
guy's
word to
fate
the
is.
Britons. I pray King Rodri will again be open to peace, in spite of his brother's murder.
It worked in our favor. Look where we landed. Britons begging for mercy like whiny pups.
We set the village ablaze, yes. But peace is not guaranteed. And it will take another sort of skill to win it. Restraint.
Our next steps are critical, my lords. And after what happened in Quatford, it is clear to me that Ivar should lay low.
Lay low. After all I have done here, you tell me to dunk my head?
The good bishop is right, Ivar. You have a warrior's heart, not a peacemaker's.
Fuck you, Wolf-Kissed. I know Rodri, and I know the kind of tricks he will pull. That is me warning you. If you hear me farting, that is my welcome to the bastard.
You bruised his pride, Eivor.
If you have some balm for it, by all means, share it.
His pride makes him difficult, and his anger makes him hasty. But he is not without honest feeling. I will hunt him a great boar, I think. And together we'll roast it over a fire and tell tales of war. That should please him.
Oh my.
Bishop,
Please tell me
we
he's
must
not going to
prepare
get me
for
to go
Rodri's
hunting.
arrival. Rally our men and set up a camp just here.
It's called a housewarming gift. It went alright. I had some crashes. Yeah, the power went out. Yeah, he's going to give him a housewarming gift.
Peace or war will be decided, but not yet, not now. We must wait.
I loathe waiting.
It is all in God's hands. We can but pray and give thanks for this moment of rest.
The Britons have come!
Ah.
The moment has ended.
Here we
This
go.
way, by the great oak!
Where is Chaelbert? He ought to be present for these talks as our future alderman.
He went hunting. For wild boar, he said.
That was quite some time ago, no?
We cannot wait. We should settle the peace now.
And Stinky, yeah. Right foot for
Lady
Skyrim.
Anharit, greetings.
We come to speak of peace.
We are gladdened to hear it. But where is your great king?
He stays at the castle at my behest. I feared his presence would inflame the cutthroat Ivar.
We have confined our cutthroat to his tent.
Both of us fretting over our war-hungry companions. It seems we are of the same mind.
Oh, this is a strange arc.
Caution never did any harm. I count this as a blessing.
Perhaps then at long last we can end this war.
But I don't think we can fall out too much with that either. I've been taking the more diplomatic choices.
We shall
hi,
our soldiers to the time-honored border of our lands.
I wonder. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, we've done a lot of this game. We've done. Well, I haven't got Ragnarok yet, but I've done the Rat of the Druids and the Siege
Praise
of
be,
Paris.
this is well and quickly done. God go with you
finishing
and
the
your
last
king,
of the
Lady
stuff on
Anhared.
this.
I salute you all.
Probably about
You waged a
70%,
good war.
65%
Let us
true.
now wage
That's
a
counting
lasting
all of the
peace.
puzzles and chests and stuff. Hi, I wonder.
In the blink of an eye,
But I usually play, do building in Fallout 4, but I alternate between two games. Let's say Fallout 4 guaranteed every second day. It was Skyrim and we went through that pretty quickly, and now it's Valhalla, and then when this is over I'll pick another one, but you know, always the building on Fallout 4 every second day. Seen Ireland and was like you deserve a follow. Ah. And thanks for that, Wanda. I appreciate it. So, where are you from? Probably at this time you're most likely from the US. Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, but you see, I've just got a few arcs to do. Well, there is a good bit, isn't there? 60, 70%, I'd say. Well, we did an awful lot, especially taking into account the DLCs. That's counting the DLCs as well, they were biggish. Yeah. Wags, no problem. Oh, nice, from Cork. Cool. Yeah, I have a few followers on here, actually from Cork as well. It's been a while since I've been down there. What's the weather like down there? Probably pretty good. Which approach sounds the best to you so far to settle this? Diplomatic or aggressive? I always try to be diplomatic, especially in this game, because it seems that for most of the time the decision is taken out of my hands, Jed. And it's usually that guy, you know, that other guy. But I'm getting the feeling that maybe this one is aggressive. There's something off about it. We'll know as it goes on further. But whatever way we deal with it, there's not much consequences in this game. I've read a bit into it. There's some consequences, obviously, with your brother and that kind of prophecy, which is kind of easy to get around. But out from that, you know, there's no real decisions. Not like, let's say, where you had 5, maybe 6 very important decisions in Odyssey. Yeah, Blonde's, yeah, ancestry is from there. I call her Blonde. I know about Blonde, but Granny Vat was amazing. Yeah, we were burning here. Yeah, I'm from County Tipperary. And still warm. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's pretty warm here now. But a little bit overcast, did you find that? But that's the way it always is here. Even the summer we had last year was amazing, probably even too hot. But, you know, I remember, you know, the really good summers, really bad winters, before the weather started going crazy. But the last truly good summer I remember was 1989. Or was it 89? Yeah, 89 I think. And the last, you know, decent winter would have been 84. But let's say since the very early 90s, it's becoming more temperate, you know. Nice, originally from the city and moved to the countryside. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Just a few. It always seems to be cloudy down here and overcast. Where you get that heat, you'll get the sun as well, but you know, not the way it should be. Kind of reminds me of a sauna, but the nights are very humid. But I remember the weather being much different. I'd say within the last 3 decades. It's pretty much changed, but not as drastic as it has, Wags, in the UK. My goodness, I was over there about 7-8 years ago for a funeral, and it was November. It was like Siberia. I've never felt anything like it. It was unbelievably cold. And I heard they're getting some really warm summers as well. And like the UK is, you know, you could spit to it across the ocean. It's not that far. I have, yeah. I played all of the Assassin's Creed games, Wags, except the Chronicles. They were too retro for me, you know, that kind of 2D kind of arcade stuff. Chronicles of Russia and China. They were really cheap to buy, but no, not my thing. I like these kind of games. A large open world, you know, lots to do, RPG, Skyrim, Fallout series, Elder Scrolls, say Fallout 4, Oblivion, New Vegas, The Witcher, Assassin's Creed, you know, that kind of stuff. Origins for the first time, cool. Yeah, somebody was telling me, oh, it was, Granny Vats was telling me, it's $17 on Steam with all the DLCs. So I recommended it. I thought, like, definitely, you know, for $17, what's that, about 14 euros? It's definitely worth that. Past Valhalla after a year, flat out playing. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got through it pretty quickly, but I do grind a lot in the game. That was good. I really liked the story of the cultists and, you know, the Leonidas of Sparta thing. It was pretty good. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's right, Game Pass. Yeah. Speak with Colbert. Okay, let's speak with this guy. But let's say my 3 favorite types of games would be the Elder Scrolls, although I won't touch MMOs. You know, like the Elder Scrolls Online or Fallout 76. I've always had a distaste for multiplayer games. Partly because of, let's say, the microtransactions. And most of them are pretty buggy now. But yeah, and you can meet toxic people there as well. They'll really spoil your day, you know. But to be honest, I've never really liked MMOs. But I can understand the appeal. It's just not for me. Where's this guy? But I don't know if he's still on. There's another guy here that was on a moment ago. James. He's actually from Dublin. Yeah, he streams as well. He might be gone now. He was on a moment, well, about a half an hour ago. And there's 2 more from Cork. Oh, I forget the tags. I have to read so many tags every day, I forget. But I know there's 2 more from Cork. One from Cork, and she works in the UK. I play a lot of FPS, but I do enjoy, yeah. They're grindy by nature, aren't they, Wags? From, like, let's say from the very first game. And they're all pretty playable. You know, you'll never regret playing them. Now, debatable whether you can replay them, you know, because of the grind and that. Although I did do that with Odyssey on New Game Plus. Skyrim is a different kind of game. You know, for me, I suppose it's part because of the game and the nostalgia as well. Oblivion, that was awesome. Syndicate, yeah, I played that Syndicate. That was a little bit more modern than these. You know, you had the guns and everything. Have you played Assassin's Creed 3, Max? You probably have. I thought that was an awesome story. History-wise, at least. You had Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Paul Revere, you know, all of the greats. But what I found lacking in Assassin's Creed 3, story awesome, gameplay pretty decent. Hard game to get maybe 100%, but that didn't bother me that much. I thought the character you played was lacking. It was, the Native American. Yeah, it was. His dad was English, and I think his mum was Native American. His name was Connor. It was okay, but you were stuck as a kind of brooding teenager kind of thing. I was hoping that it would fast forward, you know, to when you were, you know, like a sensible adult. I thought that Connor's dad was a much more interesting character. And I think it was Blonde who was telling me. He was voiced by the guy who played Q, you know, in Star Trek: The Next Generation. I think Blonde was telling me. Someone was telling me that. Yeah, it was okay, but I wasn't too fond of the character. I thought, like, you know, I'd be stuck with him being this kind of 17-year-old, 18-year-old, but for the entire game was a bit much. I was hoping it would fast forward to, you know, like his early 30s or something, and he would kind of mellow out. But he seemed to always be angry. I thought that went wrong on that. Out from that was a pretty good game. Black Flag was decent. Yeah, Black Flag was a different kind of thing. I think more kind of you know, you want to be into the ships and all of that stuff. But as a pirate one, it was pretty good. But strangely enough, most people liked Black Flag. But all of them were pretty playable. Never played Sea of Thieves, Wags, no. These are the type of graphics I like. Sea of Thieves was, well, it's a lot of multiplayer, isn't it? So that would have been a no-no for me. But the kind of games I played would be, let's say, The Witcher, most of them, The Elder Scrolls, Fallout 4, a ton of Assassin's Creed games. There's a good few more as well. Just the multiplayer. Yeah, you could do the single story. I mean, there was a lot. That's what I didn't like about Black Flag. There was a good few of the achievements that were tied into multiplayer. Their servers were horrible. But I did do the multiplayer on it. But the second I got my last multiplayer achievement out, I never played multiplayer on it again. It was hit and miss with the servers. Brutal. Oh, Witcher 3 was great, wasn't it? You know, so humorous. Yeah, it was a great game. It's sad to see how CD Projekt, you know, became very mercenary, but you know, with the success of Witcher 3 and CD Projekt bringing in more money and, you know, stock going up and that, you know, that's kind of downfall. Then a lot of corporate gets involved, and you know, before you know, they're churning out mediocre games and rushing them. Before their success, let's say when they were doing Witcher 3 and the other ones, you know, they were pretty decent. But it's strange, the more, well, the way it seems to me, the more money, you know, a kind of IP like that makes, the less quality their games are. I remember when games, let's say, when there wasn't a lot of money in it, you had the guys that did it for the love of the game, you know, true artists. They would really put some time and and emotion into their work, you know, writing the stories and, you know, making sure everything was right. They made a decent living and, you know, they became very wealthy, you know. But then as games got more successful and, you know, it wasn't just, you know, your working teenagers and adults buying one, kids were buying them, and basically parents were buying them as a kind of babysitting tool in a sense, I suppose. And kids don't really mind about bugs and things like that. You know, they don't finish a game anyway. So, yeah, the money start rolling in, and then the whole thing start going downwards. Like, take the Fallout series and let's say the Elder Scrolls, for example. Everyone successively, there's less and less of story. They rely too much on, you know, graphics and shooting and killing and guns and weapons. Even this now, even Assassin's Creed, since the likes of Black Flag and Rogue, it's kind of going more mainstream. You know, less and less with every one to do with the original concept of the game. Bethesda are, yeah, they're pretty toxic. Well, all games companies are, to be honest, Wags. Ubisoft, even worse. Nothing beats the likes of 2K and the guys that do FIFA. They're just straight up crooks, you know. Oh yeah, so buggy. Yeah, so buggy. But it's been cleaned up a lot if you know how to avoid the bugs. But Skyrim is the type of game you either love it or hate it, kind of thing.
Where in Hellheimer has Tailbat gone to? Someone here must know.
Speak to the guards. Okay, what's this? Oh. I think he's been kidnapped or something, are they? Let's go find him.
I'm looking for Tailbat. Have you seen him?
Last I saw, he was sharpening arrowheads.
I did it like one Fallout, but that was it. One of my, let's say, immersion-wise in Fallout, the game I thought was the best immersion-wise was New Vegas, although it was done by Obsidian, you know, on a contract from Bethesda. I liked that game. There could have been improvements. I didn't like the way the game split. You know, if you had to get your achievements going with one of the other factions. But let's say from Fallout 4 you could play after the main story, and the old ones you couldn't. That was a killer. New Vegas, yeah, the most immersive. I think they did everything right in that. At the time, let's say, when it was released, I got it about 12 months after release. Still a bit buggy, but they eventually got around to fixing it. I was hoping they'd do their take on Skyrim. I would like to see what they did, but now, let's say, that's a long time ago. All of the old developers are gone. And, you know, it's just Obsidian now in name, so I seen their Outer Worlds. I wasn't impressed. It's an okay game, you know. But then they come out with this game. They showed a trailer of it, Avowed. It had a kind of Skyrim Oblivion feel to it, so I was feeling pretty good about that one. I said, yeah, this could work, you know. And then they made an official statement that would be more like, let's say, Pillars of Eternity, the stuff that they were doing, which apparently is an okay game as well. But I was hoping, always hoping to do something like that. I would love to see their take on it. But then I thought to myself, well, after seeing the Outer Worlds, you know, and all of the old lead developers are gone. There's no one there from the old crew. So, you know, it's just a name now. You know, the game was the people who made it. But I think they went to work somewhere else or just retired. They got badly done over, Obsidian, by Bethesda. Obsidian were a very small company, and they did a lot of work for Bethesda. But it was some kind of bonus that would have been added, let's say, on the Metacritic score on New Vegas, and unfortunately it dropped a few points under, not much, so they never got a bonus. But they could have weathered that one. But they put too many eggs, let's say, in the Bethesda basket and had too many contracts. Apparently. It's more speculation than anything else. Allegedly. And they pulled them. And Obsidian went bankrupt, and from what I heard, allegedly, Bethesda came in under White Horse and hired all the developers, and then, eventually bought their company for a song. So it wasn't wise of Obsidian to work with Bethesda. But in fairness, the games industry and the companies, that would be doing them are pretty vicious.
Have you seen Jailbird?
I don't
Like take for instance, again, wasn't Ubisoft? Well, they had a ton of scandals, some really bad ones. Was one, I think it was EA. It might have been EA. Yeah, it might have been. During the pandemic, they had record profits, and because they didn't need all the workers, they literally sacked a whole bunch of them. Bad for morale, bad for everything.
Ivar, it is done.
Peace, eh? And now everyone is shitting themselves with happiness.
If not happiness, then relief. Have you seen Jailbird? I want to pass on the good news.
He asked me to go hunting earlier, but I am in no such mood.
It's a hunting thing, okay. I knew they were gonna stick me with this hunting.
Hey, Eivor.
Have you seen Jailbird?
My brother saw him last.
Okay, Ford guy.
Drunk as a mackerel, isn't he?
Celebrating the peace. Got started early.
Wake up!
Huh?
Where is Jailbird?
Bert?
Did none of you see Jailbird?
Only him, Drenger. You will have to wait until he sleeps it off.
You're joking me. How can I wake him?
Does he often get this soaked?
By all the gods, he does. Twice a week. Once for 3 days, another for 4.
Oh my
and
god.
Twice on Sundays.
And when you need him to sober up, what do you do?
Keep this to yourself, but once or twice when I needed a quick word, I dumped him in a lake.
Okay,
It's
well,
worth a try.
dumping him in the lake.
Must be
Okay.
some way I can wake this drunk.
Yeah. We dump him in the lake. And then, where's the lake? No. Okay, this guy's going for a swim. Now that was funny.
Nice nap?
That's a low thing to do.
I am looking for Jailbird.
The soft Saxon boy?
The next Elderman, yes.
Said he was going hunting to bring back a feast for Ivar and the rest.
I know he went hunting, but where?
Round the mouth of a cave nearby.
Ah,
Follow the
a rescue
stream
mission.
up the mountain, south of here.
That's enough to go on. Thank you.
Okay. Alright, that's why it's handy to have that charisma thing as well. I would have never thought of that. Dump him in the lake. I haven't played New Vegas Wags in years. But my favourite park in New Vegas was Jury River. Alright. Right, he's quite close by, I think. Yeah, he is. No need to get our horse.
Sunan, guide me.
Yeah, he's up here somewhere. Okay, I get the feeling we'll be fighting bears or God knows what.
What see you, old friend?
Oh, I'm here. Okay, let's get rid of these. Okay, we'll leave them there then. I see you. Okay. Right, what have we got here? Ooh.
This doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't, does it?
Blood. Jailbirds.
I played New Vegas once. I'll play it again soon. Yeah, I was thinking about eventually getting around to it. I did a good few, well, the New Vegas version of, for console, of survival. You've got to eat, drink, sleep, and when you get injured, you know, you can't use a med pack, I think it's called there. You have to have, I think, a doctor's bag or visit a doctor. Yeah, it was pretty good. Takes a bit longer to do, but, you know, worth it. I have it on PC, so I was going to mod it before I play again. Yeah, we can't do that on console, unfortunately. But even in vanilla, it's a great game. I think I killed some bears in here already.
Dropped.
Oh, hi Hufflepuff. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well. How have you been? Oh, rats. Right. I think there's some bears down here. It's gotta be here somewhere. There it is. Straight down. Or was it wolves? Wolves.
Cursed wolves.
That is the money. Oh my. There. Alright, just follow the clues.
Paw prints and blood.
I'm well. Nice. Tired. Oh, playing Minecraft. Cool. Got sucked into it. Look up and notice it was 11:30 at night. Yeah, yeah. You don't feel the time passing when you're playing. I never got around to playing that one yet. Oh, there he is. There's a few. Oh, somebody's injured. Oh, you idiot.
Tears of Freya.
Is he still alive?
Jailbert, you live. Stay quiet. You're badly hurt.
Oh.
Dragon on the hilt. Guards. The Briton trust.
And they tried to assassinate him.
Keep breathing, boy. Oh, you haven't got long. I will take you back to say your goodbyes.
So he's dead. Now that's... I didn't see that one coming.
I can get you to the others. I'll go easy.
Briton dagger. Those nasty pieces of... Ah. I was kind of getting used to that NPC. This is the second arc. I've seen him on, that's stupid. But the other guy will have a field day with this. Maybe all I told you so. Getting out of here. Oh, come on. No, this is the way out. Okay. You see, I don't know how to get out of here. Carrying a body. Well, he's gonna bleed to death by the time I find a way out. Ah, hang on, this way. Here it is. Shortcut. There we go.
Save your strength.
How are we getting him out? No. No. Now that's... I don't know, can we... That's a terrible, isn't it? It's just there. No. We're not gonna get him up there. And I can't throw him. Can't get out this way. To be honest, I'm not sure how to get out of here with a body. There's only one way I know out. I think we've got to, Okay. Back where we found him, apparently. This is stupid. Reminds me of Legos. Yeah? At least my feet. Load leg. Oh yeah, walking on them sharp. I remember that. Painful, yeah. No, I'm lost, guys. Can we fast travel? Oh my, there's obviously a way out, but... No. We have to try and throw him over that. That's stupid. I'm missing something here. But that's a dead end. It's gonna be. Oh my god. I really don't know how to get this. Oh, this is... This is a dead end. Oh, this is killing me. Absolutely killing me. I'm just gonna fast travel out of it. I've had enough. But I do know we'll leave him behind even if I can fast travel. I might leave him down for a moment and see if I can find another way out, but I can't even find the original way out now. Dungeons. And there's no mini-map. You know what I mean? Not like Skyrim, let's say we enter a cell. No. Here, this is the way. But I really haven't a clue how we're getting this guy out. Oh, you idiot. There it is. There it is there. I don't know if we'll do the jump. Ah, got it. Now will he pass through here? You see what I mean? This is just stupid. How am I getting this guy out? This, as far as I know, it's the only way out. How am I? Oh, hang on. No, I've never used that one before. Okay, that was stupid. I think we got it now. I should have realized I had something prepared for this. Yes, yes.
Hush. Hush, Gilbert. We'll soon be among friends.
It's too late for him, I think. We got him out at last. Sorry, my phone died. I got ads. I'm back though. No problem on the. Yeah, I've turned on. Well, I never turned on ads, but unfortunately, Amazon or spam ads before you get on. I gotta get this guy down, but I hope this guy makes it, but I doubt it. Yeah, I wonder who killed him. I don't forget any more. The cultists on this one. Killer, aren't they? Yeah, absolutely. But did you notice YouTube lately, this past few months, Wags? They spam the life. You know, watching it every 10 minutes, 2-3 ads. And then, you know, they'll say, do you want to watch this ad free? Give us money. As if they weren't making enough, let's say, from all the other stuff they were doing. You know, harvesting information and selling it. Like Facebook and Google and all the other guys. What was it someone once said to me? If you're using something for free, or referring to social media, you're the product. It is. Yeah, these past 3 months. And it's only getting worse. And, you know, when it comes up, you know, this will... Let's say your program will start after this ad. And what they'll do is, the second, you know, the one that you can't skip through, it will literally start another one and do a countdown timer. So you're forced to watch at least 2.
By the hand of Thor.
But on Twitch, Amazon only seem to kind of spam their own TV programs, trying to get people to probably go to Prime.
Eivor, what happened? No. No! You foolish boy, what did you do?
I found him deep in a cave, beset by wolves.
Ivar.
Easy, boy. Easy.
Ivar.
Get me an axe right fucking now!
What's he on the next for?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's dead. Nasty.
An axe!
His god will take him as he is, axe or not.
Go to your god, boy. And I will sing for you in Valhalla. This was no wolf. Tell me what happened.
Okay. See, I can't say it was the Britons, the knife was, but that doesn't mean nothing. And I can't say war.
We were fools. An Aetherling was entrusted to us in time of war. We did not protect him.
I taught him to protect himself!
Not well enough. This was stuck in his chest.
The Briton's dagger.
That's a bit too convenient.
But why?
You murdered his brother. Did you think he would let that lie so easily?
I told you he was a trickster. Peace was never his goal.
I'm still not sure.
For blood.
Bishop Deolav.
It's a bit obvious. Too much evidence. The bishop, now...
The walls of his fortress will not protect.
That's a bit different.
I will sheath this dagger into his lungs.
We must move fast then. Attack before Rodri.
I wouldn't be surprised if the bishop was behind it. Maybe part of the Order of Ancients. Somebody's stirring the pot here, I think. If I was going to murder someone and didn't want to know, when I want to know, I wouldn't be using, you know, a dagger with a crest on it. It's a little bit like robbing a bank and leaving them your ID.
Rodri is holed up in Causto Castle. That may have been a lie or a tiny slip. By the way, we should find out.
There is a spot near the fortress to set up camp. We will scout it together.
I'll return later.
Wait here till I return.
It'll give me time to save this.
And remember, leave Rodri to me.
Still don't trust that bishop. Could be wrong. New quest, King Killer. Looks like we're killing him. Oh, these guys are fine. Now, what I need to do is get rid of those markers for it. We'll use our skill points. Now we'll check out this King Killer quest. Here's health. And stealth. Well, in range is okay as well, we'll take them next. Now, we'll save this one. Well, I didn't expect the kid to be killed.
Aye, Ivar.
It is time to scout Rodri's fortress. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's head out.
You're hardly gonna walk, are you? Unless it's,
You men! Mount up and follow me! There's work to be done.
What? Trying to trample me?
I should have seen this coming. I should have known he would come for the weakest of us.
You opened a bloody wound when you killed Rodri's brother.
Anything worth
yeah,
doing must
it was his hastiness that did it. Idiot.
In Quadford, you told me Rodri gave you that scar on your face. Is it a story worth telling?
If
If not worth telling, it is worth remembering. Years ago, I was headed back from the Western Isle. They've got fighters there. I had taken a bit of a beating. Put me in a surly mood. I wanted blood and silver, nothing more. So, me and my Drengir, sailing along the coast of Kemri, see a nice spot for landing, covered in mist. We drag our ships ashore. And just then, a cry came from atop a hillock. The troll-cursed Britons.
King
The
killer.
fog clears a bit. And there they are, all lined up. The biggest one calls out, "I am Rodri, king of this land. That means shit to me!" I scream back. I give my boys a nod. And we raise up our axes and charge before they take a breath. We have the numbers. But the Britons are clever. It's marshland. The bog catches our boots, sucks us to a standstill. One by one, Rodri cuts us to bits. He gets them.
That was a trick, and it was used alright. Fighting the marshlands against the large armies.
Leave this land.
Horses become useless.
Fair warning, he says. Tell them King Rodri gave you that cut. Hen shit, I say. Rodri laughs and lets me go.
Quite a story, Ivar. Son of Ragnar, killer of kings, conqueror of England and the Western Isle. You have lived the saga worth 10.
That I have.
Oh. What's this?
That
Here we go.
sweat-soaked slug is just beyond those walls. May only be defeated by a dragon. My itching ass. He'll meet one all right.
Send a message to your men. You can build a camp here and lay plans for a surprise attack.
Right. Surprise attack. Okay, what do we do now?
Ivar's men waste no time. They're eager to pay out our revenge.
Right, be careful before I start this one off. We've pretty much got everything here. Well, no. There's one piece here we never got. That's outside. I'll get that a little bit later. So... Exactly. Yeah, but if he hadn't have killed that guy that time, the kid would be alive. But part of the story, unfortunately, that you can't stop.
I am ready.
What in the name of Loki have you done?
Called in the dragon to help me slay Rodri. Now what say you, Wolf-Kissed? Are you ready for war?
No, I'll just grab some soda. Now this will be an all-out attack. This is kind of fun. But let's say you don't have much control in the events, but even if you make a decision, this guy will usually, he's messed up, 1, 2, 3. Well, there was the last arc, he messed up about 3, and he badly messed up that one as well here. But, you know, it's the way the script is, I suppose, in the game. Oh, will it become famous? Oh, he got through this time. Nice one. His bot is getting better. But if he fails on one, he comes back with a second, and sometimes it slips through. If he fails on that, he'll DM me on Twitch. Relentless. Well, he doesn't probably, you know, the bots. But what they do is they sell viewers and followers. desperate, isn't it?
Rally the men, Ivar. Let's have at it.
It is a good day to die.
The gate looks to be well defended.
My
I've
men
seen
are
some of
loading
his
up
work on
carts with
Twitch so
cauldrons of
far.
oil. We will blast right through that fucking gate.
I've seen a guy had 300 people watching playing FIFA, of all things. Not a great game to play. He had 300 watching, nobody was chatting, and he had something like 50 or 60 followers. Impossible. So, obviously bots probably through that guy.
Rodri! Show yourself!
Still not convinced he had that kid killed, but still. Maybe he did it for revenge for his brother. The brother who was going to assassinate him. Ironic, really.
The butchery of young Jalbert.
Speak what nonsense you please, Dane. If you mean war,
He did say nonsense. Yeah, I don't think he's responsible. I think it was the bishop. Guessing.
And meet the dragon that will devour you.
I see a
It's kind of too agreeable.
playing at serpents.
Enough talking, Ivar.
Or maybe somebody on his side. Could even be the queen, but I doubt it. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, blonde. But buying real followers, people, you know, that sign up for this, is actually not against Twitch's terms. Bots are a different story. Escort the eye card to the gate. Hello, guys. So we'll just clear away. Take a little bit of damage just for speed. There, I don't think I'm getting any experience points for that, so we get in and see if I can open this from the inside. I need guys to kill. Enough. These guys just keep coming. Oh. Okay, we gotta escort it then. That's That's a pity. Okay, that was for nothing. These guys are everywhere, they just keep respawning. Oh, we're not getting any points for this guy, so I'll just escort him then. Oh my. Here we go. Got it. Right, in we go. Blast through the jars on the next one. Oh, it's the things on the inside. This one I can do. Go. Now, who's next? Kill this guy over here. Getting any achievement points for this, no point. Alright, experience points in it. What do we need to do here? Oh yeah, I know how to do this one. This guy's on the side. See if I can. Okay, I'll have to get up here, I think. This is a little different. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see. Climb. Ah, that's not too bad. Howdy.
For the dally points.
I think it's down here. There it is. Oh, big guy. Now, how do we open this? Gotta get in this from outside, that was stupid. So usually the shortbread. Okay. I doubt we'll get a save here. No.
Give me a hand!
Ivar the Boneless. Huh. You make a pitiful dragon.
Oh, he burned that idiot. Oh.
Bastard kicked me in the liver.
Nutter.
I need some fresh air. Yeah.
Wow. It's all complete.
I felled the rotting old oak.
He's not dead.
No. I have something else planned. Spectacle, remember?
Ah. Now, I'm not sure what to do with this guy. Let's see. I should have known to be a stupid decision like this. Right, here it is. It does not matter which opinion you choose, because Ivor will refuse anyway and say that the king will die on his terms, and like he planned, so it doesn't really matter. So finish him quickly. Yeah. I told you, you don't have many decisions in this. It's always down to this guy. He seems to be taking the decisions himself, you know?
He's nothing now but a sad sack of flesh. Kill him and be done with it.
Oh no. This will be good.
You see?
I have something
Just goes his own way.
specific in mind.
You don't really have
Place
control.
And a method. Come.
I'll go with
All
you.
right, let's get this over with.
Load this lump of lard onto your horse and we will go. Take
Maybe
care
he
it
was
stays
responsible
alive.
then. I think he was.
Eivor, do not forget that load of rotten flesh called Rodri.
What is this? Oh, I've got to carry him. You got to be joking me. We even got to carry him.
Where are we going?
An overlook I found while scouting. A view, one fit for a dying king.
There's no need for spectacle, Eivor. Let the man die with honor.
No, no, no. He must die with style.
Okay, he's dying with style. Right. God knows what he's gonna do. Right, yeah, if he got the kid killed, he deserves what he's getting, I suppose. You know, his beef was with this guy, not the kid.
I killed King Ella, King Osbert, King Edmund, and now King Rodri. Who else can claim such a string of victories?
Just finish me. It is not my place to interfere in this feud.
Yeah, you don't have much choice in this game.
Valhalla.
Oh, you can pick your choice, but you know, you're overruled.
Does he breathe still?
Barely.
Rodri, are you listening? For years I wore this scar with shame. Nicked by a Briton and left alive. I tried to cover it with a beard, a cloak, but as your fame grew, I began to beam with pride. A king gave me this mark. What say you to this, Rodri? Huh? Speak up, you old bag of sweat and grease. Here we are. Bring him close. It annoys the shit out of me when you don't listen. Here we are. Bring him close.
Oh, come on. There we go. I think he's gonna throw him off the top of this. Kinda looking like it. There.
Haul him up there, to the top, and keep him breathing.
Finish this quickly, Eivor.
See here? A hungry blade. Now comes the dragon to feed on his favorite.
Ah, the blood eagle. Oh,
blood
this was
Eivor,
unbelievable.
the birth of a
It was
blood
done
eagle
by the
is a
Vikings
sight to
too.
behold, my friend.
One of the
First,
kings.
the
Yeah.
length of your spine.
Oh, split down the back to take your lungs out. Spread them out over your back like wings. The blood eagle. Horrible way to go.
That is a Norseman. The true essence of old heroes. The Blood Eagle has no true meaning for Eivor. He is doing it simply to take pleasure in suffering.
Now, I pull back the flesh.
The method will always outlive the meaning. Few in time will care why this man died. But the how, that is a song for the ages.
Yeah, this guy was doing his thing no matter what.
The fog between good and evil grows thick over time. But glory never fades. There is nothing glorious here. Life is not pretty. It is a bloody fight.
Out come the lungs, and we spread them like wings.
Unbelievable.
All of Mercia can see him now.
I have seen enough.
We are not finished, Eivor. This saga we have written together It needs an ending. Here and now.
It is ended, Ivar. I'm done with this place.
A fight to the death. You and me. If I win, I am the greatest Vikinger who ever lived. If I lose, what a tale you have to tell.
You are battle drunk, Ivar. Goodbye.
Poor Ceolbert. He barely said a word.
When?
I pushed that dragon dagger into his heart.
He killed him.
No.
I didn't
Just
expect
a
that.
Soft little squeal.
That.
Nothing.
You sick, cursed fuck out!
The things a man must do. The trials
What
one
an
must
animal.
face. The friends one must betray. To achieve one's destiny. And become king killer. Forevermore.
Traitor! Ceolbert was...
Like a son to me! Yes! Yes! So fight me, Wolf-Kissed, to a
I wonder.
glorious death!
Well, we're forced to fight him anyway. We have no decision in this. I doubt it. I think he's a lunatic. But right from the start, I never liked that guy. From the very first time I met him on the first arc. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised in this game. We did meet a few Viking cultists. Probably.
Valhalla awaits!
Come on. You deserve everything you get.
Have you no sense of menace?
Come
When
on.
I stabbed Guriad, you winced. You cowed in the face of sudden drama. Hold a moment, Eivor. Let me ask you something.
Speak then, or I take your tongue.
Will you see your father in Valhalla, Wolf-Kissed? Or is the coward in hell
God, he's an animal.
weeping tears of ice? Gold again! Watch out!
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
My long road.
He really needed to go.
The Valkyries approach. My axe. Eivor. Hand me my weapon.
Now, apparently you have to hand him his weapon in this. If I push that, it's all over with my brother, I think. So, send Ivar to Valhalla.
Odin may have use for you, but this is more than you deserve. Do not shame him.
I hear their wings.
I was tempted not to give it to him. I think that's the arc. Bad ending on this one.
Carry the body to Quatford. We'll say our goodbyes there. And send a message to Ubba. Tell him his brother is dead.
Ooh. Yeah, but I think you'll fall out with your own brother and have to kill him. There's another decision I've got to make. I've got to back him on a judgment call. And that's it then. I've followed them all, and I would have followed the last one. This one, if I had not checked it out, I probably would have taken the axe away from him. Speak to him. He's in the longhouse. We give him the axe. Now, you know what? Before we go, we'll start cleaning this place. Never got a chance. I never came in here because I knew it was a quest. I didn't want to kind of mess it up, but see if we can do it now. Shouldn't take long. I'm hoping. Oh, they're all friendly here now. Ish. Okay, one is in here. How are we getting up to this? There. Yeah, that was one of the decisions I had to make. Oh, hi, Rock. Hi, how are you? Strange ending. But I didn't expect him to kill the kid. He was evil and crazy, I suppose. That's one. And we're here, so we might as well take these. And then get back and finish the arc. Had a feeling he was going to go down eventually, to be honest. Have a good sleep. Ah, that's good. Need a coffee, okay. Ah, there's our next one. There's another one down here, apparently. Oh, I just seen it a minute ago. Where is it? Ah, come on.
Survey the area, Sunan.
Yeah, there's one there and one there. And then the book, and then we're out of here. Oh, there it is. One down there. Okay, there's no way into here. There it is. Right, 2 more pieces and then we're out of here. And there's one. Oh my. Okay, how are we getting this? Okay, up you go. Ah, that's good. Right, that makes it easy. Now. Just the abilities book and we're done. And there it is down there in the castle itself. Kind of disappointing ending. Yeah, it was pretty good. You remember that guy I did the Ragnar's son, that guy. Remember that little kid we got in as king? Yeah, he died. It looked like the Britons did it. But I was right. You know, it was too obvious. So we knew somebody else did it, but we didn't expect that. I forget his name. You know, that mad killer? Yeah, he did it. And we had to fight him at the end and kill him. We gave him his axe and sent him to Valhalla. Yeah. It was pretty interesting. I thought he was actually fond of the kid. And I think he was in as much as he could, but he was a lunatic. Yeah, that's the guy. Ivor. Yep. He was a lunatic. Right, how are we getting in here? Well, I would say... Okay, that's not working. Oh no, that's not working. We're in deep. Oh, hang on. Ah, come on. Oh, here it is. There, give me my stuff. We're done. That's it. We've cleaned this place. So, yeah, time to get out of here. Oh, we did a lot here. There's not much left in this whole shire. That's the guy. Ivor the Boneless. I wonder is he's I think he's based on Ragnar's son. There was a guy called Ivor the Boneless. He actually died, I think, in Clontarf, in Ireland. Yeah. But I think it's only lately they found out. I always thought he was called the Legless. No, he was never called the Boneless, he was called the Legless. Because he was always drunk. But apparently he had a genetic condition. You know, like that South African Olympian, the guy who allegedly murdered his girlfriend in South Africa. He had the same condition. He was born without any bones in his legs. Usually the Vikings would euthanize a kid, let's say, with that kind of deformity, but because he was, you know, one of Ragnar's. But they used to carry him around, apparently, on a shield. Yeah, they did, yeah. They reckon there's, well, they might have even got as far as the Americas. They really got around. They were unbelievable sailors. I remember I was watching the History Channel or something on that. Where's Crawford? I think it's Oh, there it is. Got it. We got it. There. But apparently their biggest weakness was their lack of siege weapons. You know? They were more like raiders than an army, really. But I remember, I think in the 90s there was a huge kind of nationwide ancestry DNA thing. But they found a lot of, say, Spanish ancestry in Cork, which that would be obvious, let's say, the sinking in the storm of the Spanish Armada. A lot of the sailors washed up on the coast around Cork, and most were captured and killed, but a lot managed to, hide in the local population and was protected. So, eventually I suppose they integrated. But a lot of Viking DNA as well, and they were here for, I think, a century or more after they were kicked out of Britain. They even did some attacks from here. Uber, yeah. And Sigurd. Oh. Skyrim has a lot of Viking influence. Even the song Ragnar the Red. But I think he kind of discovered a kind of makeshift compass, wasn't it? Ragnar. Yeah, that's what, got him around, I think.
Eivor, hello. Another dark day clouds our victory.
Bishop. Uber. Dead at the hands of a Briton. I cannot imagine the shame my brother felt in his final hour.
Oh, they said the Britons did it. Ah.
I killed him.
Oh.
You? After peace was made, Ivar murdered Ceolbert and pinned the crime on Rodri to get another swing at him. How do you come to know this? He told me himself. I am always one who desires the truth, Eivor. But this is a hard thing to hear. Did he die well?
He wanted dead. I don't know that he wanted dead, to be honest. He was a psychopath.
He died a fighter, in all his glory. As he wanted then. With Ivar gone, peace and quiet are now possible. That is something. I will console myself for the thought that we will meet again in Valhalla. Axe in hand. You will. For good or ill, he lived life by his own rules. What man can say better? He lived his life at cross purposes. I often found him strange and his actions puzzling. But not all
there was another supposed son, Magnus, really. Whether or not he was Ragnar's son was unknown.
For his funeral pyre. Bishop, send word to Lady Angharad. Say that her husband died by treachery, and that Ivar has paid the price for it.
As soon as I am able.
Have you heard from King Ceolwulf? I cannot imagine his grief.
Ah, that's
he
bad.
is felled by it. Still, he makes plans for this shire. I am to be alderman here. Therefore, Shropshire declares herself your friend and ally, and will remain so for the length of my days.
I'm grateful, Bishop.
God go with you, Eivor, wherever you may lead.
That was a pretty sad ending to that arc, to be honest. Oh, he was a nut.
To you, my brother. May your time in Valhalla be bright and glorious. Bringer of battle song. The boneless one sails into a singing glory on the flaming water steeds. Wind across the water. The battle maidens beat their wings to carry a king to Odin's Hall of Corpses. Ivar gone. Shropshire, an ally. I should confer with Randvi.
Yeah. And that's it. The Book of Dragons. Different. Now. 4. Okay. Nice. Right, let's get some of these out. We got a new ability as well, that one, and well, we kind of doubled up on them. I think we have most of them. Now, skills. In real life. That is. Yeah. Now, let's see what we've got here. Range and stupid stuff. We'll eventually have to take them, but I'm looking for something more useful. That's useful. Assassination damage. That's useful. Heavy damage. Oh. Poison resistance. Yeah, why not? There. So, we'll hand in the quest. Interesting arc. Didn't see that one coming, to be honest. The next time we get here, we'll do Ranvi's quest. With the English, yeah. It was always hard for the Vikings in Britain because of their lack of siege weapons. Very rudimentary. You know, once a fort kind of, you know, could last out a while, they were pretty much safe.
Yes, yes, one more. And only because you all have such good taste. Now, this one begins a long
Good day, Eivor.
We are allied with Shropshire, but at a grievous cost. Young Chelbet was killed.
Yes, my scouts told me. Such a tragic death for so dubious a game.
Yeah, also fighting.
I hope you paid his killers back in kind.
Justice was done.
The Cumbrians and Anglo-Saxons, yep.
He was good company in the short time he was with us.
We're fighting everyone. There we go. Complete. Silver 350. You gotta be joking. New alliance. Ah, yeah, there's a new one made available. Let's see what it is. Really? 350?
I want to see the Alliance map.
The Gales, yeah. This one. Kent is available. And we still have Jorvik. There's still that one. Lincolnshire. I think they'll all come available. It's still a nice few to do. You know, I'd say we get one for... I wonder if we get one for every piece. That would be cool. No problem. The Gales, yeah. That would be nice. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's be 6 or even more left. That would be cool. Yeah, we'll get them later.
I have changed my mind.
But 350 was a little bit...
I should go.
You get that checking a few barrels. I would have preferred the resources. I still haven't done the very last upgrade. And I haven't got nowhere near level 6
Look at you, Chewie.
on this. Yeah.
Stretch your wings.
Still a good bit to go. Right, what will she do? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll save here. And what time is it? Yeah, I'll do a little bit more. But we'll get back to clearing out the area. And that will be. And that will take us to the time we need. But have you played this, IROC? Do we get to do an arc for every single shire? Yeah, around the 9th century, yeah. It was. They founded Dublin, I think, in about 1090. I think it was. But they were here for a century or more, let's say, after they were pushed out of Britain. I think it was around 1090. I only remember that because we did a millennium coin. Your 1000-year millennium, I think that was back in the 90s. But you're past how far I've gotten. Oh, in the story. Ah. Yeah, I was just wondering, did they do an arc for every single shire? It'd be a bit silly if they didn't. But these are interesting as well. I wanted to try these. So what we'll do is we'll take this out. We'll just take a few little things. And that was a good arc. Pity about the kid dying. Oh, the bare necessities. Now. Okay, what is this and why did we leave it behind? It was probably hard to find. I don't know why I left this behind. Maybe it was difficult to find. I doubt it is pretty. Oh. Yeah, well, we have to kill everyone. see where it is, alright.
Remain steadfast. Where you're going.
There it is. No, this is big. I don't know, is this the one we're looking for? Probably. Ah, guys, come on.
Hey now!
Hey! Not much longer,
I'm a Johnson, so my clan was around an Arundel, near Lockwood Tower, I believe. Yeah, not familiar. I was in Scotland briefly, you know, here and there for a few days, and even a month at one stage. Oh, that's cool. When Scotland was annexed by the English, only 2 clans were ordered to pay restitution to England. Oh, and one was the Johnstons. Yeah, usually, let's say the ones that fought the most, a kind of punishment. Pretty much the same here. Let's say well, for want of a better word, the nobles would have had all their land seized as restitution. And that was the thing. But it was really used to pay off mercenaries, to be honest. You know, you get guys that would come in with their armies, you know, lesser lords and whatever. And yeah, it was basically a payoff. Blood money. It's dressed up to sound as something else, but it's mercenary payment. But I think at that time, yeah, almost everyone did that. You know, seizing that. Then you had to get the nobles out. Maybe the lesser ones, you know, you didn't want to make a martyr out of them, killing them or that. So if you took away their money and their land and their status, they weren't a threat anymore. And you could have a kind of a look of legitimacy, I suppose. We were actually one of the largest southern clans. Nice. A lot of history in Scotland. They all started off as, in the beginning, as like kind of tight-knit families. Maybe no more than, you know, maybe 50 or 100, and then, let's say over the centuries, were quite big. And because it was a system where, you know, the whole family would stick together to protect themselves, you had the clans. But, correct me if I'm wrong, Iraq. The Scottish name Mac was basically, it means like, let's say, son of. So if there was a clan, let's say MacGregor or Mac something, it would be your name, then the Mac would be son of, and then your dad's name, and that's how it started off from the original one. So in that case, your clan would have started from a man called Johnston. Or would Johnston be the anglicised version of the name? It's like here, let's say, O would be like O'Neill for example. As far as I know, would mean son of. But the whole concept of surnames was only really brought in, I think, because of taxes. You know, when they wanted to get their taxes and they went to a town, you know, looking for a guy, I'm looking for John. There could be 5,000 Johns. It was chaos. So they were forced to use their occupation as, you know, to identify them. So now if you're looking for John Thatcher, you know, or something, or John Baker, and then it kind of branched out to other names. As far as I know. I did a little bit of reading on it a long time ago. Like my real name would be O'Doul, but it's been anglicised for 600 years. MacLeod, McGregor, Campbell, Johnson. Yeah, MacLeod would have been, let's say, made kind of famous by the Highlander movies and that, and the McGregor, and the Campbells, yeah, and Johnstons. But as far as I know, I think that's the way it worked. But each country would have something like that going back. Let's say here, let's say Mac in Scotland. I think Germany had Von, wasn't it? Holland had Van. And it was D in France. But there's still a lot of French names here. You know, like Hugh. Hugh, I think, was a French name. That would be obviously from the Norman influence. But still, a lot of the old Irish names. Although they're dying out. Now, you know, kids are being called after celebrities and movie stars. Less and less, let's say, traditional names are being used with every generation. Unless some celebrity comes up with a name again, and then there might be a little bit of an uptake in the name. Oh, here we go. Well, that's not helping me much, is it? This is a bit silly. Is there something hiding here, is there? Not really. I hate looking for these pieces. Okay, we go to the side. Yeah, there it is. It's gotta be that. Oh no, it's not, but I can shoot this stupid lock from here, I'd say. Yay! I shot a lock. Don't know where it is. I'm still not gaining access to... Oh my. Okay, what am I missing here? Oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I shut a door, but... Oh, there it is. There. Okay. That's the door I shut. There we go. About time. Nice. Now, that's it. That's gone. Oh, hang on. There's one more. Oh, there's two. Goodness. Two more little pieces to take. McGregor was a forbidden... Yeah, that's right. I remember reading about that clan at one time. I could not wear... Yes, they're tartan. Yeah. But here... we got to the stage, let's say, where religious ceremonies or any kind of gathering of more than a certain amount of people or speaking your native tongue carried a death sentence. That was the end, really, of the Gaelic language, but it has been making a comeback. Want to get this stuff and go, guys. I still think they're overdoing it with this. There it is it? There it is, yeah. Can hop right over the door, I think. Yep. I used to read a lot of history one time.
You're gonna die!
Oh. I just hope it does not become a dead language. No, it's making a really good comeback. A lot of Gaelic scholars have been opening. There's one, I'd say, not 500 yards from me. But ever since the 90s, you know. In my day, it was mediocre, let's say, the learning of it. Yeah, cannibalism can stay dead with the pig stone. Yeah. Yeah, we'll skip that one. But let's say with every successive generation, it's slowly, but it's gaining ground. But it will never be, you know, as it should have been. No, right up on the tower. That's our last one here. We have another major area finished. How are we getting up there? We're shooting the lock, of course. Really simple. Okay. That was a mistake. You see that glitching out? You see the ladder? Yeah, glitching out. I've always said I had nothing. If I had nothing to eat, but people, I'd starve. I don't think I could do it either, to be honest. You know, even if it was my pet, I couldn't. But who knows? You know, you can never tell until you're faced with that horrible decision. Reminds me of that movie Alive. That true story about that the plane crash. That's enough. We're done. We got it. Another one bites the dust. Now is the time to get some decent clearing done. We don't have time to start another arc. They go on a long time. This is something we've got to do regardless, so now is the time. Although I'd rather be going for some more of those mysteries if I could. We'll just take out these. Okay. No, that's where we're going. So we're going wrong there for a moment. A US Marine I served with said he would rather resort to cannibalism to eat than eat haggis. Haggis. I don't think I could do haggis. I just don't think I could do it. I definitely couldn't. Is haggis either? No, it's sheep's stomach, isn't it? Rock, stuffed with barley and stuffing, and oh my god. I'm kind of squeamish when it comes to it. Probably if I tasted it, yeah. But if you're introduced to that, maybe at an early age. But the guy said he'd do cannibalism first, yeah? Okay, that's a waste of arrows really, wasn't it? Right, let's go get our stuff. I can see a way in here. He seems to be. Ah, come on. There. Right, that's one. Now, where's the other guy? Right in there. Ooh. Oh, we're getting that. Didn't sound good when I heard it described. I can't eat raw, no. Yeah, I've seen that. I know if I was starving I could eat a person. If I didn't know them. I don't know if I could. But actually getting the meat off of them, I don't think. Yeah, nasty. Although it's hard to know what one would do in that situation. Yeah, sheep's or calves, offal. Mixed with oatmeal, meat and seasoning. Boiled in a bag, yeah. Traditionally, yeah, in a sheep's stomach. All this talk of eating people has my stomach turning. That's number 2. Oh. Yeah, this is one of the... it's one of the blockades here. I think there's one more, is there? No. That's cool. And there's a lot of stuff that we didn't really get. Like these. I tried raw oysters. Oh, and almost hurled. Yeah, couldn't do it. I had mince. And that was earlier. On your break, and Granny guessed what it was straight away, really. Nice. But I'm a pretty picky eater. Very strange. Yeah, she's a sharp one. Ah, shipwreck. got more from the silver here than I did from the ark. There we go. Almost as much. Oh, good morning, Daz. How are you? Hope you've been doing well. Gonna have to keep definitely a good eye on our rock. And they say the mind is the first to go. I think my body was the first to go. A matter of opinion, I suppose. There's a dog key and a chicken here. Yep. Pretty easy getting the key. So how have you been, Daz? Oh, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks. Yeah, doing well. Hope you are too. Of all the things I've lost, I miss my mind the most. I had a sharp pain on my right side of my chest. Oh my. I was standing on my breast. Oh my goodness. Now, that's not bad. We're starting to churn these guys out. There's a big piece here. I'm not sure about what this is. Thieves 1. I wanna see if I can solve these. They're kind of taking me off just a little bit. I solved 2 so far. I think there's only about 5 or 6. But they're not easy. I've never done puzzles like that before, so let's have a look at it again. It's obviously here before. But you gotta line up your view. So obviously you need a certain position to be standing in, providing you can have a rough idea of what shape it's gonna be, but a bear. The one constant thing is you're always going to be using the center stone, so that gives you a kind of rough idea. No, I did manage to stream for 5 hours together today. Oh, nice. I watched the clip, iRock. Yeah, it was hilarious. But I couldn't stop laughing when I heard, oh, what's his name? That comedian talk about the famine. And then when he asked him for his papers. And it was quite funny. Oh, I forget his name. Yeah, this is the one. I'll probably remember in about 10 minutes. Yeah, so you see this one here? It looks like a tower brooch or something. But oh, we're close to it here. this one as well, maybe. Yeah, we're close to it here. I don't think there is a center one here. That looks like it would fit. There it is. 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 It's just the bottom one, maybe. I need to be maybe up higher. This is the one here. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. Oh, come on. Very close. Angle is all wrong. There, should be each. Gotcha. Gotcha. I got it.
Light and heat.
That was good. I got it. I didn't mention the Black Irish bit of Bernie Mac, that's his name, yeah. And that was hilarious. I got a good bit done, if you can. I count for the crashes, yeah. I saw a video yesterday with two Irish guys that took a dead uncle with them to get his pension. People noticed for some reason. And they were arrested. Oh, for real? Unbelievable. I'll try and check that out. They were nuts. The McRib, Shamrock Shake, Lucky Charms, and that's ours. There, we got it. It's not bad. Now, two little spots. I didn't expect to get that. Okay. Yes, and it happened. This really madness, isn't it?
Go!
Hello, guys. Now, is there a well or something? There it is. Oh, so well when you see something like that. A key. Why would we need a key? what exactly was that key? I should have had a look, really, shouldn't I? Lumberjack's key opens a chest in the lumberjack's house. Okay. There's probably a chest in here, and oh, it's probably one on further. That one there. There's no more here. It's probably this one down here. That was a bit away, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a good bit away.
Over there! Dead! You beat the dogs!
Go. Now, apparently, we still gotta get through this, but we have the key to the chest. It was a combination of the dumbest criminals international. And that was so stupid. There. Letter from Lumberjack, blah blah blah. Oh, the usual stuff. There, we're done. Nice. Oh, come on. I think I can hear something else there, but apparently not. Now let's see what we have. Yeah, there's been a big dent on this. Here's one. Now we really need to see what it is. Been kind of hunting those ones down. I saw one about an American in Illinois who broke into a store, stole a heap of stuff in the winter. The police followed his tracks in the snow to his house. Oh my god. But here in my town we have pretty dumb guys as well. But there was this guy, and this kid had this kind of, kid's car, all the lights and LEDs and all of that kind of stuff. But he had it parked outside, so when they woke up in the morning, all the stuff was gone. Somebody stripped it. Even the LED lights underneath. But they looked underneath the car, and whoever did it dropped his license. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he dropped his license, his ID. That was pretty silly. Some guy broke into a bar and proceeded to get drunk, and they found him passed out in there. Oh, he really needed the help, didn't he? More than anything. What is this? I suppose it's one of those curse symbols. Ooh. Eivor went for a bit of a spin there. No, it's one of the masks, I would say. Yeah, guaranteed it's one of the masks.
Cast about this land, my friend.
I haven't seen many of the opals lately, but this is where we need to be. How do we get that door open? Ah. Interesting. Okay, we'll try the roof. Okay, no joy. Let's wait till morning, it's too dark to see. I saw one about a burglar who lost his finger in a robbery. He came back to find it because he had his wedding ring on it. Oh my god. There was one idiot who broke into a restaurant. He went through the fan duct and got stuck. Oh my goodness. Firemen had to rescue him. There was one that happened here a long, long time ago. I'm talking maybe 3 decades ago. Maybe a little more. Maybe closer to 4. But there was this kind of, troublesome teen in town. He was into everything. But it was a local supermarket, huge place. And it was kind of secluded on one side of the town. But he decided one night to hack down through the roof and, break in. But he brought his mother along for the trip. So what he did was he hacked down through the roof. It was a large flat roof. And he lowered his mum down on a rope. And then climbed down himself. So they helped themselves to whatever they wanted. They were crawling around on the floor. Probably thinking they were avoiding the alarm. But what they failed to notice was the CCTV. Which recorded everything. And they didn't wear gloves. And they didn't wear masks. They didn't wear anything. But the police reviewed the tapes the next morning and arrested them. They were local idiots. But it was that was unusual, a son and mum team. So I think I know where the son got his stupidity from. Well, that's actually 100% true. Years ago I seen one where a lad tried to throw a brick through the storefront window. Oh my god, it bounced right back and knocked him out. The police just walked up and got him unconscious. Oh my goodness. That's something you would see in a comedy show, isn't it? But there's some stories that actually defy logic, They're true but unbelievable. Sound like a joke. Like one, for instance, IROC. It happened on a building site. There was a guy, and I forget his name. Lucky John or Lucky Jim, and I had some strange name on him, apparently. But it was kind of sarcasm, because he was kind of unlucky. But he was true to his name. He was working on the building site. You know how idiots will throw around planks with large nails? But some idiot left one, and he was walking with a barrow. But he was told 1,000,000 times to wear safety boots. But you know what idiots are like. But he stepped on the nail, and it went right up, clean right up through his foot and out the other side. So he was in shock. And he just let go of the barrow. But beside him, there was an electrical fuse box, but it wasn't turned on. And he held on to that to get balance, obviously. And obviously, you know, he started screaming because he stepped on a nail. But it was a guy close by. And to look at it, oh, hi Reaper. How are you? And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. So he was screaming anyway. He had his hands on the fuse box that wasn't turned on. He was screaming because of the nail. There was a guy close by, and he thought he was getting electrocuted. So he had a pretty long piece of 2x4. So obviously you don't grab someone, you pushed him. So he hit him really hard on the shoulder to push him off the box with a 2x4, and I think he broke his shoulder in 2 or 3 places. So that was pretty strange. I lurk. I'll be back soon. I got someone to talk to me. No problem, Reaper. And take care and stay safe. Clint Eastwood film with a bulldog. Yeah, 3 legs. Lucky. Yeah. He called Lucky. Yeah, which one was that? I might watch that again, iRock. I do remember something like that. Yeah, so this is what we're doing, guys. We're just cleaning up all the little artifacts and stuff. Trying to figure out how to get into them. But I'm playing this today, and every second day I always do Fallout 4. Exclusively building. Okay. I'm guessing some kind of underground tunnel because... That's great. Anyway, it's going somewhere. So, oh my god.
Have a look, Sunan.
I don't think it's a tunnel either. Oh, hang on. What's this? There's another building over here. Oh, the tunnel is going this way. Great. Maybe. No such luck. There is something down there. There's probably a way in here. My god. They make this so hard. The bird is not much good to me here, is he? The grate is definitely going this way. I might have to come back to this one later because it's... Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. Okay. Oh, come on, grab. Now. This should be our way in. Ah, come on, Eivor. That's it. Characters are very hard to control. There it is. It's our mask. Gotcha. Done deal. It's another one. Cool, we got it. Damn cat knocked my controller over. Just quests. We don't want to get tied up with those. They can get to be very lengthy. I was kind of looking for those ones, the other ones, but oh, look at this. Let's see what that is. Yeah, we'll go. We'll hit that. A cool catch, yeah? Come on. There's that animus thing as well. I might give it a try in a moment. We'll get these two things and get this island finished. Let's see what this is. Oh, we never checked how many of those masks. We should go back when we have 17. I doubt we have 17. 12. Yeah, we still have a few to go. That's Croc's catchphrase. Gotcha. Ah. Yeah, it's a curse symbol. My God, there's so many of these. We'll probably have to go upwards. Obviously starting from this. Yeah, there it is. How do we get that high? Up there. Try and get as high as we can. Ah, that's it, that's easy. There we go. That was kind of easy.
What do you see, Sunan?
Oh, there's something down there as well. Titanium. Okay, it's not showing up now. Well, that's because we just picked it, didn't we? Right. Boom. Well, these guys are pretty tough up here. Yeah, cleansing the land. You can see him running around dead by daylight, drinking O'Doul's and saying gotcha. And he catches survivors. This way. These guys will be probably a little tougher than we're used to, but we should be able to take them out and go well above their level.
Sunan, guide me.
Okay, there's a key. That's about it. Yeah, we won't mess with them. These guys will just kill them. Isle of Wight. Oh, wasn't one of the quests from here? Probably. I think so.
You'll be ashes! Damn flames! Going to melt you down!
Oh, there's a lot of big guys here. Well, that was a nice tromp. They'll do his heart is training that bloke up. We marketed that near beer. Oh. These guys like to burn. There. Now. Ah, come on now. That was a waste of arrows. Now, how are we getting in here? Oh. Okay. There it is. There we go. That's another one. Out of the way. I think there's a quest for here, isn't there? There. Now, the only thing we've got to do here is this. Oh, I quit this before because I didn't understand. It says I'm sliding off the edge of one thing. Gotta jump as I'm sliding. I thought I needed to hit the rocks, but I was wrong on that one. But it is kind of annoying. Yeah, that would do. $3.94. Nice. It was a 0 or low contact up here when I trained at Fort Benton in California years ago. It was really big over there. It was O'Doul's. Oh, nice. I thought the Americans were kidding me on it at first. Yeah, there was a kind of a popularity for those kind of drinks, I think, back in the 90s for a while. What's that? When I was looking for bears, I couldn't find them. Now I can't go 12 feet without bumping into one. No, the whole point of drinking beer, it doesn't taste nice. It only tastes nice, let's say, after you're drunk. But they were popular for a while. My God, what's this? What is this?
Time to feed the crows.
Oh. There. Oh, where's that piggy? There he is. Here you go, piggy. It's a big beast down there, I don't know what that is. Oh, he's fighting a bear. There's tons of bears here. That's the way it goes when I want a dragon, I can't find one. When I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. Look at this. What's that, like 5 bears? Let's go. I think I killed everything there, there can't be much left. Yeah, this is the stupid animus thing. This one is particularly nasty. Right, this will take, well, I suppose there's one good thing, if you get so far you go right back to that. This one is particularly nasty.
Anomaly
That's where
4.
we have to go.
Bex, you really have to hear this in here. 2 voices, definitely Isu. One of them is Alethea, I think.
From the staff?
Yeah. But I don't think these are contemporary. They feel candid, accidental.
I'll keep trying.
Oh, hang on. Ah, come on now. Oh, there it is. This is the one here. Ah! I think I know, yeah. Back in a few. No problem, Ira. Walking down to the petrol station quick. No problem. Ah, come on. I'll have to slide before I jump. I'm jumping too quickly. There. Oh, how are we doing here? That's weird. Okay. We'd have to kind of go. Ah, idiot. Yeah, I suppose we could go this way. Well, I suppose wrong. Oh, you're joking me. Yeah, that's the way we'd have to go. Oh my god, we'll never make it. No, that's the way we slide down, actually. That's actually the way we slide down. We get up on this, and we'd slide down onto that. I think we'd have to do something like this. That's it. Got it. Oh, nice. Whoa. Oh, you. At least we got to here. Ah, come on. Give me a break. This is really silly. Ah. Yeah. This is where it all goes wrong. This is like Groundhog Day. Ah, come on. Starting to get ticked off here now. Hmm. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. No. I did a good try on the first run, but then when you get ticked off, it all falls apart. See, it's the stupid left analog stick. That's what I've been doing wrong. I've been pushing it. There. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, I've got this part of it down. Ah, come on. I'm never gonna be able to time this, guys. I think I have a move out. Well, I never do this quick enough for these guys. See what I mean? Something about the timing. I get the feeling this is going to be the nastiest one of these in here. Oh, fuck. If I even had somewhere to wait so I could time it. I'll get lucky eventually. No. Not with the left analog stick. I'm not going to be able to do this. And even if I do do it, I can't wait anywhere to get this to no. Just missing. Even when I get there. I wonder I'll just wait around. Let's have a look at this thing and see exactly what it covers. No, it covers all of it, doesn't it? I'll have to be able to get up on that quite quickly. But I've been trying to get up on this side here. I don't think we can do... Well, I think we can do that. How am I supposed to... Unbelievable. Well, this is my problem here. Well, what can we do? Oh my god. Brutal, isn't it? I'm absolutely still not sure how it works. Oh, for God's sake. I had it perfectly first time. I almost got up the ramp without thinking. No, I'm jumping forward. I've got to jump sideways and I'm always missing that. I'm gonna smash this controller. I'll give this up in a moment. And do it some other time when I feel like I deserve some kind of punishment. Oh my god. After all of that, I was almost up there. My biggest problem is going to the left. There it is. Ha ha! I got it. I got it. Now, what's the problem with this? Okay, that won't get us across so far. Well, I think it'll send us back to here if we fall. That's strange. What do we do now? Ah, we've got to slide down there, and they're going to force us to go up the other steps. That's not the way it's done. It's a slide. Oh, welcome back, Rock. It's a slide, you guys. Hey. Okay, we don't need that. We just put it down there somewhere. Why do I get the feeling I'll need that? Up along there and then along there. My god, that's gonna be something. Okay, we'll wait for the maximum time this time. Wait till it passes again. Oh, my pleasure. Where is that? Now. Oh. I'll have to wait on that. We won't be able to jump. Yeah. Okay. They're not allowing that. We'll have to use this. So it'll get us out. No. Oh my god, come on. Ha ha ha. Ha. Eat my shorts. Oh. Okay. Right, Croc, don't fall. Okay, we're getting there. Oh. Okay, we're stopped in our tracks. So, what are we doing wrong here? Okay, I'm at a loss now. There's literally no other way. Okay, what am I missing? Yeah, I'm stuck now. Oh, there it is. Oh, that had me worried for a while. Okay, guys, I just want to get out of here. God. Oh, I can move this. How do we move it? Oh, there it is. There. Oh yeah, we can get to this one, I think. And then use that. Or can we? No. Yeah, we can get this way. So where do we want to use this? These are okay. Doesn't seem to be anything. There that needs to be done. So our most important one would be this one. I think we might be able to get it from here, would we? We'd never jumped that high. No. So there's one that's pretty handy there. Yeah, how are we getting up there? I think that one that's moving, that's what we need to use it on when it comes down to there. I think that's what we're supposed to do. You see it there? Second it comes down. There. But wasn't it on that already? No. I was right. It's this one. And then we have to get up to that one and cut those two. Oh, brutal. How would I even get... I'd have to get up to this one here, wouldn't I? And then that, and that would get us here. Okay. There. Let's see, does that make a difference? Yeah, I think we're getting it. I think we have it. Yeah. Ah. How are we getting out to that one, guys? This is where we use the other one. So how are we gonna... Okay, I wonder, is that high enough? Maybe. I do hope the reward for this is huge. This is the only complaint that I have about Assassin's Creed. The modern stuff like that. Yeah, it kills the immersion for me as well. No, it does for me as well. The animus. No. That's not gonna work, guys. Okay, what am I missing? I don't think we can get this any higher. We need a little bit higher. Let's see if it moves higher. I think that's as high as it goes. Oh, there. Gotcha. There we go. That's it. Oh, you better jump. Okay, I think we're on the home straight. Oh, they want me to backflip. Of course they do. Forget it. How do you do the backflip here in this? There it is. Okay, I didn't forget the backflip. Oh, of course. We want to be pretty quick when this goes off. My God. We would want to run pretty... Cover the whole thing. I want to be fast on this. I wonder if we were in the... No.
I'll find you again, on the far side of our doom. We'll be together.
Are you kidding me? Okay, what are we missing here? What are we missing here? We're missing something here. Okay, I'll have a crack at this in a moment. No, it won't jump to, that's strange. Okay, I'm obviously missing something in this. We're so close. This is the worst one by far. Oh, I just keep spamming her on. No, it's not. Oh, I've got to keep running. I get it. I gotta keep running. A running jump. A running jump. Okay. We gotta move. You see, I think we gotta move around the back. Well. Yay! Okay, I figured that one out. Now, where's the next one? Oh, I should have hanged off the edge. I think I know how to work this now. I should have hung off the edge, definitely. Right. I think I get it now. See the red line? No, it won't hang off the edge, you stupid. Disaster. Timing is everything on this. Okay, we'll wait here again. Oh, you idiot.
Layla, it's Sean. I'm sifting through the videos you've been finding. This is an absolute gold mine. I hope you realize.
Feels like it.
This is literally the clearest raw memory stream footage we've ever seen from the Isu era. Only question is, who's feeding them to you?
Oh, never again.
I got the data.
Oh my
Sending
god.
it down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was so silly. Oh my god. That was nasty. They want to be giving me stock options in Ubisoft for doing that one. Oh, no, I hate the timing thing. I always did. I don't mind figuring out something eventually, but when you gotta repeat it over and over, always your first try is the best try. And then you start to get frustrated. And it just takes longer. Well, we got the island done. I never want to do that one again. Ever. Nastiest ever that was. Here's stuff I really wanted to get, like that one for instance. Grind as much of the little things I can, I suppose, when I'm in the mood. This game IROC takes forever if you're doing these. Yeah, exactly. Your first run is always the best. And then you lose your concentration, your timing, everything. That was easy. What were we going for? Yeah, we want to see what these guys are here. Tomb Raider was the same. My God, I hated Tomb Raider because of that. The puzzles, endless. Especially the old ones, you remember that?
Marientea!
What exactly is this? What are we dealing with? Oh, another one. They're everywhere now, aren't they? But it's deep underground.
Go, my eyes.
There's one there. On the tree. That was easy. I had a love-hate relationship with them. Yeah, but played them all. I think I did as well. Except the new ones. All the old ones. These are underground. Yeah.
Aid me. Be my eye.
So where's the entrance to this guy? Down here if it's anywhere. Nope. Whatever it is, it's going to be a long tunnel system. That's what we're looking for, some kind of cave entrance. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in there, isn't there? That is really weird looking. I don't see any obvious entrance. I might skip this for a moment. Get back to it. Okay, let's have a look here. The house, I would imagine. Oh, nothing obvious. Goodness. I'll have to get back to that. It's going to take too much time. The new ones, yeah, I never got around to playing them. More action, I suppose. Okay, we'll have to, I don't know, really, to be honest. Yeah, the entrance has to be here. It's all part of this, system, but... Oh, it'll be a pretty big system. It's going back a good bit. Yeah, look at all those, all that hanging stuff. What's all that?
Show me what lies ahead.
Oh, this is going to be a doozy. It's probably right under our noses. I can't see with all the junk. Yeah, it's beneath this, all right. And where's our entrance?
Go, Sunan.
Could be anywhere. I would have imagined up here somewhere, but it's definitely not here. It's got to be in around those ruins. Definitely. I'm okay. It was actually Guitar Hero. Nice. He came home from school one day and was surprised I was playing his game. He didn't know I could play. Ah, we had two boys. And I wasn't my youngest teenager. He started again. I have extras. Nice. That's okay, I'm good. Kids, yeah, brilliant. Nah, we're wasting time at this. We'll have to come back and get those too. But I know it's in here somewhere. Probably hidden by the weeds, something stupid. It's gotta be. Oh, for starters, here's some arrows. So it's definitely something we break. It's around here somewhere. Here, let's do some daylight. It always kills me. Once you see the arrows, you know, well, it's something like that. Or those oil jars, you know, well, it's, you know, something wooden. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a guy willing to, yeah, to kill me. Okay, we picked the arrows here, so it's gotta be nearby. I'll just have a quick look through these rooms again. we'll be finding this anytime too soon. That's providing it's even here. Aha, what's this? 7 silver, really? Ah. No, I don't think we're gonna find this on this run. No, this is too stupid. I'll have to get it some other time. I know you're there somewhere.
What do you see?
It's a small area, we would have found it by now. You know, to be any further back, I want to be a huge tunnel system. But you got my sons, grandsons, still no girls. Oh, really? All boys? Yeah, let's leave it. Come back to it later. What can we do? I could be half an hour here looking for this. That's one of those legendary animals. Let's take him out. That would be a straight up fight. We can get this as well. Sophia, Astrid, Alicia, and Ingrid. 3 of them gingers. Haha, cool. Yeah, my granddad on my maternal side was a ginger. Very light, alright. Oh. No. I thought I got all of these. Yeah, and we know where the key is. You see... Oh, it's that, yeah. There. Straight to hell and gasoline soaked sneakers. Then to change a diaper. There. Let's go down and home.
Forgive not these men their trespass.
Oh, this is a fight.
Send them instead to the same hell they brought.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. I actually think this is a fight. So let's see, we've got artifacts and histories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, I think she attacks us. And she can really
Their blood does not cleanse them of their sins. Send them to hell with the others. This is not your place, heathen. Leave before you draw the wrath of...
Did you kill these men?
These defilers killed themselves by despoiling this sacred ground. God told me the full tale. Then he told me to chastise them. And he has told me much about you, too.
Down, Saxon. I mean you no harm.
There we go. Speak.
Tell me again. What did your god say about me?
My God names you the Crow-Eyed Devil. And he sends out his angels to find you and to kill you. And then they will fling you into the pits of hell, demon.
And that's it. Weird. Now, where's that key go? Oh, we got the key, didn't we? 60. It's up here, actually. Probably in the tower, is it? Before we do anything, let's go down and open this up. No, it's not. It's actually in here. There it is. That's it. Where are we here? There. No, where was the... Oh yeah, that was the one we were going for. Here's an interesting one here. That one. It should be... We have most of these done. There's one down there and... Not that many left. Oh, there's a ton here, isn't there? Another one there. Yeah, I'll get rid of that for a moment. Here's the one we want. Elderman's house. Let's see what it is. What time is it? 7:30. Oh, 25 to 8. I'll see if I can get the hour out. If I can. I'd still rather change diapers than deal with... Oh my god, that's the worst, isn't it? You know, let's say once they kind of quieten down, and they get to around 9 or 10 and they're manageable, you think you're over the worst part. No. It's only beginning. But they're always a worry, you know, no matter what age they get. You know, if you live to be 90 and your kids are 70, you'll still be worrying about them. And that'll always give you cause to worry. That actually looks like a quest. It's not. No. Oh, that was the... Let's see what this is. It's obviously going to be a mask. We must be pretty close to 17 now. Pretty close. Especially ones to boys. Yeah. Well, just 2 boys myself, so I was spared that. But yeah, let's say if I had 2 daughters, I'd probably be doing some serious jail. Yeah, some really heavy jail time. I've got to get some sleep. It's almost 4. No problem, Blonde. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out and chatting. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and take care and stay safe, Blonde. Bye. some things here, but it's up pretty high, isn't it? It's in, oh, I see it. I think it should be easy to get about. Seems to be. Oh. About time. Something easy. About time. I think the other one was one of those, why did I mark this one? Yeah, it's one of those animals we gotta fight. I definitely want to get him. But where is he? Down here? They're fun. How do we get to this? I come across this way. No. This way here. I'm not trench. No. Rat. I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll go for the animal. We'll see what he's made of. Good night, Blonde, and stay safe. Oh, hi, Killer Reaper. Hi, how have you been? What time is it for you, Kilo? About 6, 8 p.m. is it? I think we have something like a 10. What is it, 4? Oh. Yeah, that's what, 4 a.m. So no, not much of a difference. 4 hours. Ah, what is an animus? You see that? That's an animus, but that's not what we're looking for. I've had enough of animus. Animus anomaly. Silly thing, we'll come back and get that in a moment. Well, after the other one, I think I'll take a break from him for a while. I've got good news and I've got bad news. What do you want to hear first? Yeah, we did it in the order it should be. The good news. Now, this is a legendary animal. And this guy we can hang in at our settlement. And I think we get some kind of ornament. Oh, well, this is like a bear. I think I got this guy before. Oh, I love them so much. Well, good news is I'm close to getting affiliate. Nice. The bad news is I won't be here. Oh, it's not that bad. You know, the bad news is not really that bad. You won't be here all next week. You'll have tons of time. I think this is some kind of bear thing. Maybe not. Here. Hunter's journal. It is.
Surveying the area, Sunan.
Oh, this could be the wolves, is it? It is. Ooh. Okay.
Cannot let the
Come get some. A black schluck. Is it a schluck? Come on, schluck. Okay.
feel stronger already.
Schnuck. Gotcha. Bye-bye, Schnuck. Yep. It's a little trophy for our longhouse. Good dog, bring Croc here. It's a schluck. Where did I get the names? Probably it is, you know, it really is a name. Well, that's one I haven't heard before. I thought it was some kind of hyena for a moment. I made affiliate a while ago. Oh, congratulations, Ira. But I never followed through the register or whatnot. Yeah, it's a process, to be honest. It is a process. It's not bad.
What do you see, Sunan?
A frustrating process. You don't even... Oh, the email. But you can change it all from your account anyway. It'd be pretty easy. You know. If you wanted to follow up on it. Now, we have skills. So we have got 4. Range. Yeah, okay. What's that one? No, 100 ball. Eventually I have to take them, I suppose, but stun is always good. There, that will do. I was a time I couldn't keep in the passwords. Oh my god. I've lost so many accounts because I couldn't remember the email or the password. They put away the password safely and then just disappear. Lost a lot from my old Xbox account. Lots of DLCs and content in that. 24, oh my god. And it's still, oh, you still kept it. Cool. still have another 13, 14 minutes. Get rid of some of these, I suppose. I don't think so. Now, key to usual stuff. Oh, there is such a place. Isn't that what that archaeological dig was? Rock, Sutton Hoo. That's right. They found a lot of stuff there. It was an old Iron Age fort, wasn't it? I remember that from archaeology. I think they found a hoard there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I remember the name. They found a ton of stuff there. Not sure if that's the one, let's say, where there's a bit of controversy about the guy. He's gonna try and maybe that's another one. But the laws in the UK are pretty strict on archaeological finds. Do you remember, I think it might have been the mid or late 80s, that guy, where was he? I forget what county. Might have been Kent. He was digging in his back garden and he found something. And the cops came in, seized it, and seized his house as well. And fined him a lot of money. I remember reading about that a long time ago, but there must have been more to it. Maybe he was trying to illegally sell it or something. Probably. But isn't there laws about using metal detectors even in the UK? But I do know you need a special permit to use metal detectors on the banks of the Thames. We know a little about people, a lot of notes. Yeah. The Vikings. Yeah.
Hey! Big feet! You'll go up in smoke!
There we go. Now let's start taking our little... There's still a ton of these idiots here. Okay, it must be down here, I'd say. Well, I could bit of it. Come on. I have to go buy some food. Have a great day and a safe day and chat. And you too, Das. I hope you have a great day and safe one. And take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, I shan't be on much longer. 7-8 minutes just. Get to even hour out. I've got a ting for even numbers.
Hey, what?
That's a jet ski. What else have we got? Oh, I heard something. Ah, here we go. There's something in there, alright. Nice. So what else is here? And they need much more. Come on, Croc. There. Now, oh my, that's bright. Okay. I shouldn't be. That's it. We've cleared it. Cool. Now that's anonymous. Anomaly. God. We should just have enough time to get to that one, I'd say. Yeah, I think I'll try and watch some more movies today. It's been ages since I've watched one. I really need to watch something with a story for a change. Action and special effects are okay, but it'd be nice to see something with a decent story. What are we going for this one? This one. Where is this situated? I'd say it's one of those cairns. I'll probably come back later today if I have time and try and do that stupid car. That one was giving us trouble. Where is it? That one. That was nasty. Oh. like one of the car symbols. But we just have to wait and see, I suppose. It's my hope they do a decent bit with the Fallout series, that Microsoft. Yeah, we were kind of hoping that at the very least Microsoft would keep Todd and his crew in line from telling telling stuff that's not true. I'll be diplomatic. Bending the truth. And releasing games, let's say, with bugs and not fixing bugs. But I'm not that hopeful, because I'll tell you why, IROC. They've still done nothing with Skyrim. They've made it more buggier. And they're piling on tons of stuff onto it. And they've made it, in my opinion, a lot more unstable. Some things I've never seen before, and, since the anniversary edition. I think what Microsoft is betting on, if anybody gives them criticism that they didn't keep Todd and his crew in line, in check, they'll say that, oh, we don't, we let them do their own thing, creative thing, we don't interfere, But if they get enough backlash, they might. But, everybody comes to expect it now from that company, so they'll just get away with it. But I did see he kept himself in check with what he was saying about Starfield until the very last. He was saying there would be over 1,000 worlds to explore. I find it hard to believe on an Xbox. Maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. Maybe then, maybe even up to 100 small asteroids or something, tiny asteroids. But I can't see 1,000 worlds. But he made it sound like, big planets. That's not gonna be. You'd never get through them. I don't think there's a PC or I don't know, that's actually made that could do something like that. Especially from him. He's an absolute meme. But I can't make it any worse, to be honest, Microsoft owning them. Because under ZeniMax, which are basically, the same guys, the guys that founded it, they just split it up into 2 entities. One ran one side of it, the other at the other, and the other. And that's it, really. Yeah, it is a car symbol. But I can't see much changes. Now, there's a rumor I heard, which, if it's true, would put Microsoft in a half-decent light, but I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft started a rumor. Bethesda wanted to, or ZeniMax wanted to pull the Obsidian crew off of that one they were doing, Outer Worlds, to do some other work, and Microsoft put a stop to it. But having seen Outer Worlds, maybe they should have. It's probably not a bad game, but I'm kind of used to the old guys that were there, doing some really meaningful stuff. Yeah. I can't see the building on a big scale or any kind of scale. If there is some kind of optional building, I think it will be something akin to the Heartfire home system. Whereas certain builds you can do, and you just add the materials and it magically appears. Pity. Imagine being able to build on that, but you couldn't really, not to a big extent. Not if it's gonna. I can't see it being that big. But it's not even the bugs, I'd say. That ticks me off about most other games, like especially Skyrim. It's the easy fixes that could be done. And I mean really easy fixes that they won't do, that would clear up 60-70% of the straight away. You know, making certain NPCs essential. Okay, where is this thing? Okay, I'm at a loss for words here. Ah, it's gonna be here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Where is it? Buried within the wall? There it is. Well, that was easy enough.
Good. The land breathes once more.
Yeah, it's the darkness that makes it kind of hard to see that. Oh, we got it. Oh, you idiot.
I need to heal.
That idiot, I've eaten some poison stuff. I thought it was, the other one. Me too. Yeah, I'm very, very picky. Mass Effect, Outer Worlds, and Bioshock. Yeah, were the ones that come to mind. Me too. Probably because I grew up with the original series, Trekkie. Yeah. Me, myself, let's say, even more so too. Anything with a kind of medieval thing.
What do you see?
But before I'll play it within reason, it has to be something like this. A large open world, plenty to do. Half decent story, you know what I mean? RPG. Yeah, I remember that, and Lost in Space and all this stuff. Now let's get back from here, but that's another one then. Cool. This will all do later. We done a massive amount of work. We got rid of one arc, and we did, between the grinding we did here and earlier today. That's a lot. Absolutely. Now let's get back to our settlement, and we'll save it there. Yeah, me too. I loved the original stuff. My favorite, let's say, out of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, would have been The Empire Strikes Back. But it was way superior. couple of the new ones were passable as well. With Ewan McGregor. But the modern ones, I can't stomach them.
Far away, a place of mystery, wonder.
They're probably watchable. It's just, you know, I wouldn't go out of my way to watch them. But you know, the guys like Mark Hamill, wasn't it? Carrie, was Carrie Fisher, wasn't it? Sir Alec Guinness, and I forget the guy who played Darth Vader. It sounded like James Earl Jones, but it actually wasn't. I remember the guy, old actor. Can never remember his name. The guy who did Darth Vader. Pretty good. I really like Liam Neeson. Jin as well. Yeah, in the Star Wars thing. Yeah, I thought he did a good part. Ewan McGregor did a decent part as well. He's a very talented actor. Another one of my favourite actors as well. He had a few parts, let's say, here and there, especially in maybe some Pirates of the Caribbean as the octopus guy, Bill Nye. Right, I'll leave it here, guys. I really must get something to eat and some rest, or I'll keel over. So, we'll see if we can find some of our friends to raid. Hopefully it'll be somebody on it this time. And we'll be back tomorrow at the same time. We'll be back at Starlight, and hopefully I'll have a bit more done on that. You know, some of the little stuff. No problem, my pleasure. So, goodbye, iRock, take care and stay safe. Also, Das. Yeah, I hope you have a good day, both of you. And Kilo, take care, Kilo. And Blonde, stay safe. And also Jill and FGS, take care. And let's see who else was on. My memory is so bad. Oh yeah, I think we had a follow as well. Oh yeah, the lady from Cork. Yeah, thanks for following. I appreciate it. And that's all my message, but I thought it was a good... Oh, Tigger, of course, and Hufflepuff. Yeah, stay safe, guys. And whoever else was watching, I appreciate it. Yeah, my voice is starting to go now as well. I hope you all have a great day. So, yeah, let's see who's streaming.